Part 1. I was born in an estate with countless rooms, built on a small airless world, on the edge of an empire of light and commerce, that the adults called the golden hour. For a reason I did not yet grasp, I was a girl then. A single individual called Abigail Gentian. During the 30 years of my childhood, I only saw a fraction of that vast rambling, ever-changing mansion even as I grew older, and gained the privilege to ponder where it suited me. I doubt that I ever explored more than 1/100th of it. I was intimidated by the long, forbidding corridors of mirror and glass, the corkscrewing staircases, rising from dark cellars and vaults, where even the adults never went, the rooms and parlors that, although the adults and estate keepers never said as much, in my presence were alleged to be haunted, or in some way not convivial to anything other than transitory occupation. The elevators and dumb waiters alarmed me when they moved without apparent instruction, obeying some inscrutable whim of the estate's governing persona. It was a mansion of ghosts and monsters, with ghouls in the shadows and demons scuttling behind the wainscoting. I had one true friend, although I cannot now remember his name. He made his presence known from time to time, but only ever for short visits. I would be allowed to watch the approach and docking of his private shuttle, viewing it from the airtight vantage of a glass-windowed belvedere, perched above the mansion's highest tower. I was always pleased when Madame Kleinfilter allowed me up to the belvedere, and not just because such an occurrence signaled the arrival of my only true companion. From there I could see the vast expanse of the estate, and much of the world on which it was built. The estate curved away in all directions until it met the sharp bend of the planetoid's jagged horizon, a thin margin of rock marking the limit of my home. It was a strange building, although for a long time I had nothing to compare it with. There was no organized plan to it, no hint of symmetry or harmony, or if there ever had been, that underlying order had been lost beneath countless additions and alterations, work that was still ongoing. Though the planetoid had no atmosphere, and therefore no weather, the estate was designed as if it belonged on a world where it rained and snowed. Every distinct part of it, every wing and tower, was surmounted by a steep-sided blue-tiled roof. There were thousands of roofs meeting each other at odd, unsettling angles. Chimneys and turrets, belvederes and clock towers punctuated the haphazard dinosaur-backed roof lines. Some parts of the estate were only 1 or 2 stories high, others had 20 or more levels, with the tallest paths rising like mountains from the foothills of surrounding structures. Windowed bridges spanned the gaps between towers, a silent, distant figure from time to time stealing behind dead, illuminated portholes. It was less a estate than a city in which you could walk from one side to the other without ever stepping outside. Later in life I would learn the reason for my home being the way it was, the reason why the building work never ceased. But as a child I simply accepted it unquestioningly. I knew the estate was different from the ones I saw in books and story cubes, but then nothing in those books or cubes resembled any significant aspect of my life. Even before I could read, I knew that we were rich, and it had been impressed on me that there were only a handful of other families whose wealth could be compared to our own. You're a very special young lady. Abigail Gentian was what my mother told me on one of the many occasions when her ageless face addressed me from one of the estate's panes. You're going to do great things with your life. She had no idea. It did not take me long to realize that the little boy must also be the child of a rich family. He came on his own ship, not one of the company-owned liners that from time to time conveyed lesser mortals to and from our planetoid. I would watch you derive from deep space, slowing down on a spike of cobalt flame, before stopping above the outer wings of the estate. Put a wedding into a landing configuration, flinging out skeletal landing legs and lowering with elegant precision. Onto the designated touchdown pad, our family symbol was a black zinc foil. His was a pair of intermeshing cogs, the emblem painted on the ship's sleek flanged hull. As soon as the shuttle was down, I would rush from the Belvedere, almost tumbling down the tightly wound spiral stairs, threading the tower. Whichever clone nanny was looking after me that day would take me to one of the elevators, and we would travel up, down and sideways until we reached the docking wing. We usually got there just as the little boy was coming out, taking hesitant steps down the long, carpeted ramp from his ship. With two robots gliding alongside him, the robots scared me. They were hulking things of dull weather-worn silver, with heads, torsos, and arms, but only a single huge wheel in place of legs. Their faces consisted of a single vertical line, like an arrow slit in a castle wall at the leading edge of a fierce, wedge-shaped skull. They had no eyes, no mouth. Their arms were segmented and ended in 3 clawed hands, good for nothing except crunching flesh and bone. In my imagination, the robots were keeping the little boy prisoner when he was not visiting me, doing horrible things to him, so horrible that he could never quite speak of them. Even when we were alone, it was only when I was older that I grasped that they were his bodyguards. The deep within the demo architecture of their minds was something perilously close to love. The robots only came to the bottom of the carpet, never rolling off it onto the wooden reception floor. The boy would hesitate, then step off. Shiny black shoes clicking on the varnished blocks. His clothes were black, except for white cuffs and the wide lacework color. He wore a little backpack, and his black hair was glued back from his brow. With strong-smelling lacquer, his face was pale and slightly pudgy, with round dark eyes of indeterminate color. "Your eyes are funny," he always told me, "one blue and one green. Why didn't they fix that when you were born?" The robots would spin around at the waist and reverse back into the shuttle, where they would wait until it was time for the boy to leave. "It's hard to walk here," the boy always said, his footsteps unsteady. "Everything's too hard." "It feels normal to me," I said. It was a long time before I realized that. The boy came from a place in the golden hour, where the local gravity had been fixed at half standard, which meant he found it difficult to move around when visiting the planetoid. "Father says it's dangerous," the boy said as we made our way to the playroom, 2 nannies trailing behind. "What's dangerous? The thing inside your world, or has no one told you about that yet?" "There's nothing inside the world but rock." "I know, I looked it up in the story cube after you told me. There were snakes living in the caves under the estate." The story cube was lying to you. They do that when they think you need to be protected from the truth. They don't lie. Then ask your parents about the black hole. It's under your estate right now. He must have known that my father was dead, and that I could only ask my mother something. When her face appeared on one of the panes, "What's a black hole?" The boy thought about this for a moment. "It's a kind of monster. Like a giant black spider hanging in an invisible web. Anything that comes too close, it grabs them and stings them and then eats them alive. And there's a very big one under your estate." Thinking I was being clever, I said, "So what happened to the snakes? Did it eat them?" "I lied about the snakes," the boy said insouciantly. "But this is real. Ask the story cube about black holes if you don't believe me." Your family had it put under the estate to make everything heavier. If it wasn't there, we'd be floating now. How can a spider make things heavier? I said it's like a spider. Not that it really is one. He gave me a pitying look. It's a sucking, hungry mouth that you can't ever fill. That's why it pulls everything in towards it, making us feel heavier, but it's also why it's dangerous. Because your father said so. It's not just father. The story cube will tell you everything. If you ask it the right questions, you can't just come at it headlong. You have to go in sideways like a cat stalking a mouse. Then you can fool it into telling you things it isn't meant to. A black hole swallowed up a whole planetoid, once bigger than this one. It swallowed up the planetoid and everyone living on it. They all went down the plug like water after a bath. Glug, glug, glug. That won't happen here. If you say so, I don't believe you anyway. If you weren't telling the truth about the snakes, why should I listen to you now? Quite suddenly the malice vanished from his face. I felt as if my friend had only just made his presence known. The teasing, spiteful boy who had accompanied me until now had just been an imposter. Have you got any new toys, Abigail? I've always got new toys. I mean anything special. There's something, I said. I was looking forward to showing it to you. It's a kind of doll's estate. Doll's estates are for girls. I shrugged then. I won't show it to you, echoing the words he had spoken to me earlier. I announced, I said, it's a kind of doll's estate. Not that it really is one. It's called palatial. It's like a castle you control with its own empire. It's a pity. I think you would have liked it. But there are other games we can play. We can play in the mood maze or the flying room. I could be manipulative as well. And I had already gained some dark insights into the boy's mind. I knew that he would feign indifference for at least part of the afternoon, while his curiosity to see the doll's estate was burning a hole right through him. And he was right to be curious, for the doll's estate was the toy I was most eager to show off, with the nannies in tow. I brought the little boy to the playroom. In the dark, shattered, gloomily lit room, I rolled out boxes and trunks and unpacked some of the things we had played with on his last visit. The boy shrugged off his backpack and did the top flap and pulled out some of his own favorite toys. There were things I remembered from his last visit. A scaly winged dragon that flew around the room, spitting pink fire before landing on his arm and coiling its tail several times around it. A soldier who would hide himself somewhere in the room when we closed our eyes. It had taken us hours to find him the last time. There were marbles, little glass balls called with whirls of color, which rolled on the floor and organized themselves into shapes and figures according to shouted commands, or formed shapes which we then had to guess at before they were complete. There was a puzzle board and a lovely machine ballerina who would dance on anything, even the tip of a finger. We played with these things, and eventually the nannies brought us lemonade and biscuits on a floating trolley. Someone in the estate, a long case clock chimed. I want to see the doll's estate now, the boy said. I thought you didn't want to see it. I do really. So I showed him palatial, taking him into the room, within a room where it was kept, and although I revealed only a fraction of its capabilities, he was fascinated by it. And I knew even then that he was jealous, and that palatial would be the first thing he would want to see. On his next visit, it was the first time I had felt him in my power. I decided that I liked the feeling very much. Chapter 1. I lifted the glass of wine, already drunk on the scenery, before a drop had touched my lips, to the future. Security of your civilization and solar system, Mr. Nebulae, to your civilization. Purse Lane said from the other side of the table. Thank you, said Mr. Nebulae. We were sitting by the beach, enjoying wine on a warm evening, nights on the Centaurs. World was not the same as on most planets, since the world orbited a star. Heavy and ultraviolet radiation, scapers, had thrown a protective bubble around the atmosphere, a transparent shield that the centaurs tolerated, as opposed to the armored shell that would have been necessary if the estate of moths had moved their solar system. By day, the bubble served only to screen out the rays and take the edge off that scolding blue brilliance. By night, it amplified the faintest star or gas cloud until the hues were intense, enough to trigger the color receptors. In the human eye, the Milky Way was luminous, many bones spine-arcing from horizon to horizon. A nearby supernova remnant was a smear of ruby red, dulling to sable at its curdled edges. The pulse out at its heart was a ticking light estate. An open cluster of blue stars, no more than a few hundred lights away. Spangled like a clutch of electric gems, the dwarf stars within a few lights of this system were warm ambers and golds, promising life and sanctuary. And the 10 billion year stability of a slow fusion cycle, even the absence was visible. That thumb-sized smudge of starless, galaxyless darkness. In the direction where Andromeda used to lie, the sky was beautiful, as luscious as a drug-induced vision, but I did not care to be reminded of the absence. It brought to mind my promise to Dr. Mannix, the promise I had so far failed to keep, and which now hung by the slimmest of threads. My only hope was that the centaurs would come through, and you're absolutely certain that the star dam won't give us any cause for concern in the future, shuttling Campion. As the fur-legged being standing at her table, "You can rest easy, Mr. Nebulae. Your civilization is safe again." Not that it was ever in grave danger, Purslane said, swelling the wine in her glass. "Let's be clear about that." I smiled. "A leaking star dam's not something you can ignore. But the fault is repaired. We installed it, will fix it if it goes wrong. That's how we do things in Gentian Line. You can understand why we're concerned." When the other survival options were presented to us, it was emphasized that repairing the star dam involved the minimum of risk, and it did. I said, 1.5 countless years ago, a supermassive star, within 11 lights of the Centaur's world, had grown unstable. Rebirthers had attempted to siphon matter from the star's core, using wormhole taps, but the fears, densities, and temperatures had thwarted the throat-stabilizing devices that held the wormholes open. Scaper intervention could not protect the Centaur's biosphere, that left only two other options. Apart from evacuation of the system, Moleculine, the House of Moths, were experts in the movement of stars. They offered to relocate either the star or the system, promising to accomplish either task for free, provided there received exclusive trading rights with the Centaurs for the next 2 countless years. Neither option was without risk. The point of moving a star was to eject it out of the galactic disk before it had a chance to explode, but the very act of movement had, from time to time, led to premature detonation. And while the Centaur system could be moved, their planet would need to be encapsulated against interstellar radiation and debris for the duration of the voyage. This was deemed unacceptable by the Centaurs, who had a horror of claustrophobia at this point. Gentian Line, the estate of flowers, had made the Centaurs' acquaintance. Seeking prestige within the commonality, we offered them the option of remaining where they were and being protected from the ailing star. A star dam would be erected around the supergiant. When the star blew up, its energies would be contained within the dam, trapped forever inside a screen of perfect mirrors. The Centaurs were naturally skeptical, but Gentian Line could point to some experience in this matter. If it had any specialization within the commonality, it was in star dams. We had been making them for dozens of circuits, countless of years, at the time of the Centaur negotiations. No Genshin star dam had ever collapsed. We could only take so much credit for this. Of course we made the dams, but all we really did was put together the ready-made components left behind by the priors. They had done all the hard work. They forged ring worlds in their countless. Large and small then threw them like hoops around stars. Then they abandoned them and became extinct. 1 billion or so years later, we began to collect them. We scour space for the including signatures of orphan. Starless ring worlds we fix pushes to their dark sides. And launch them across the galaxy at miserable snare. Like fractions of light, it must be done with care less. The structures shatter into 1 trillion. Twinkling fragments ring worlds are immensely strong. But they are not indestructible. What they are is shiny. In fact, there is nothing shinier in the known universe. That mirrored in a surface reflects everything, including neutrinos that would happily sail through. 50 light years of solid lead to dam a star to enclose it completely would require the construction of a Dyson shell. Humans can shroud a star with a swarm of batas. A Dyson cloud, but we cannot forge a sphere. Instead, we approximate one by surrounding a star with thousands of ring worlds, all of similar size, but with no to having exactly the same diameter. We make a discus and then start tilting until each ring world is encircling the star at a unique angle. The light of the star rams through the narrow gaps. As the ring worlds tighten into their final orientation, shutters close on a fierce, deadly lantern. Then suddenly there is no star, just a dark sphere inside that shell. The energies of the dying star are held in reflected fury, allowed to bounce back and forth between those flawless reflecting surfaces until photon by photon, they gradually leak out into space. At a harmless intensity, it takes an unthinkably long time. Should the star dam collapse before most of that pent-up energy has been allowed to dissipate, the results would be more disastrous than the explosion the dam was designed to contain. I had exaggerated when I said that we had saved the local civilization. But that was not to say there had not been a problem. With the star dam, one of its pushes, the engines that keep the ring worlds in check, had begun to fail. An eye-shaped gap had opened in the dam, allowing furious light to burn through. I had been sent to repair it. A new pusher had followed. Dalliance from the last reunion, tailing my ship like a loyal puppy. In my hold was the string of linked brass spheres, called a single-use opener, the device keyed to that specific star dam, which permitted limited adjustments of its nested mechanisms. Before visiting the Centaurs, I had deployed the opener. It had shattered into glittery dust after emitting its graviton pulse, and installed the new pusher over the course of several days. I had closed the dam ceiling over again. Our work here was done, Purslane thought. The decent, honorable thing would have been to leave, without contacting the Centaurs, without soliciting their gratitude. She was right beyond any measure of doubt. You were right to pick the star dam, Purslane said, doubtless aware that she was talking to the distant descendant of one of the creatures the lion had first done business with. But you're also right to express disappointment that the falter rose in the first place. You expected better of us. Mr. Nebulae scuffed a hoof against the ground. No great harm came of it. Regardless, you have the line's apology and out assurance that nothing like this will ever be permitted to happen again. Purslane was making no secret of her being a Genshin. Shattering as well, though, the line frowned on the practice of consorting during circuits. Our hosts had a well-earned reputation for discretion. In the meantime, she continued, if there's anything else Genshin line can do for your civilization, I'll be glad to raise the matter at the next reunion. You've been gracious hosts beyond anything we deserve. The arrangements you've made for our guest, Dr. Menix, speak of the devil, I said, lifting a pair of antique binoculars from the table. Is that him now? Asked Mr. Nebulae. One and the same. He's traveling in a most curious contraption. What are those circular things along the side? Turning round wheels, said Purslane. It's his bathing machine, I said. The bathing machine was a rust-streaked black rhomboid. Mounted on four sets of independent undercarriage, it had emerged from the hold of my ship, descended the loading ramp, and made its ponderous padding, smoke belching way from the landing area, through the low, shattered buildings of the sleepy seaside town, to the cracked concrete of the ancient dravetments. Above the beach, negotiating a steep slipway, it had crossed the sands and entered the water, continuing until the machine was submerged. Up to the depth of its wheels, at the front, a single door folded up onto the roof of the machine and allowed seawater to slosh inside. The sea was the midnight blue of ink, awash with shimmering microorganisms. The waves foamed pink and cerise when they dashed against the chrome. Wide sands. I leveled the binoculars at the seaward end of the bathing machine, hoping for a clear glimpse of Dr. Menix as he emerged into the sea. Disappointed, all I saw was a barnacled form, slipping away from the machine, vanishing beneath the surface, before I could make out more than the rudimentary details. The door closed, and the bathing machine crept back out of the water. Might I ask how you came by such an unusual specimen? Chatling, it's been a very long time since we saw the likes of Dr. Menix, several 100,000 years at the very least. I can't take any credit for him. He was hoisted on me. You make it sound like a punishment. It was the rest of my line. Felt it would give me ample opportunity to demonstrate that I could shoulder responsibility and put up with a difficult guest. Purslane said it was Campion's bad luck. Mr. Nebulae Gromwell, another chatling, showed up at our last reunion with Dr. Menix as a guest. By then, Gromwell was looking for any excuse to fob him off onto someone else. That was around the time that Campion threaded a strand that happened to include a visit to the Vigilance. You know all about the Vigilance, I said. Mr. Nebulae looked to the sky. In the approximate direction of the absence, he wore a tight-fitting pinstripe suit that reached down to the point where his human torso merged seamlessly with the groomed chestnut of his horse body. This and that chatling, which is not to say we've ever had direct contact with them. Purslane sipped a wine. The thing, as it turned out, that Dr. Menix's ultimate goal was to reach the Vigilance. Apart from being a staunch disavowor, he fancies himself a scholar of remote history, which is how Campion came to be. Burdened with the Doctor's presence, Mr. Nebulae said. In addition to monitoring the Star Dam, I was told to ferry Dr. Menix to the Vigilantes and use my contacts there to secure him. Privileged scholar's status, unrestricted access to the deep archives. That kind of thing they don't much like disavowers, and they definitely don't like aquatics. But it was assumed I'd be able to talk them around. Mr. Nebulae flexed his torso to look out to sea again, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. One can only conclude that you were not entirely successful in that venture, and shattering. No, everything's still on track, I said, since this was the Doctor's last chance for a swim. Before the Vigilance, he jumped at it. I second Purslane's. Thanks for making the necessary arrangements. By the way, the center waved a dismissive hand at the twinkling barrier on the horizon, beyond which Purslane's hovering ship, much too large for the landing area, rose like a tarnished silver moon. It was nothing. There are no large predators in this ocean, but for your guest's peace of mind, It was a simple matter to establish the impasse across the bay. I just hope we adjusted the salinity to his tastes. The conversation lulled. Mr. Nebulae had not come up to our table. To pass the time of day, he was here to tell me what value he placed on the items I had offered. For sale much depended on his offer, though I was doing my utmost not to let him know it. It was good of you to open your trove for examination, Mr. Nebulae said. I nodded encouragingly, while Purslane maintained a tense diplomatic smile. I hope you found something of interest in it. I found much of interest in it. You have traveled far, traded intelligence with other staff, errors, and the master great deal of knowledge. Much of it of considerable rarity. It was a privilege to sift through your data. And did you find anything in there that you might like to purchase? Mr. Nebulae shifted on his iron shard hooves. I did find several things shuddling, but I must confess that much of what you have to offer is not of direct value to me despite its rarity. If you had made his presence known 20 years ago, things might have been different. But it is only 11 since we were visited by a shuttling of Gentian line, and only since a Marcelline was in our airspace. Those Marcellans get everywhere. Purslane said through tight lips, the items that did interest you. I have a breakdown here, the centaur said, reaching into a pocket of his business suit to remove a handkerchief-sized square of material. He flicked it open, and it enlarged to the width of our tabletop. He let it hang in the air when it hovered against the breeze. It was a series of tabulated columns in the written variant of tongue. The centaurs had been known to Gentian line for more than 8 circuits. They were the 13th form of human to live in this system, having emerged from the post-civilizational ruins of the last culture. They owned this system and the handful of escaped worlds inside it, but had never ventured further than their commentary. Halo, the world was a panthalassic, a super-oceanic planet smothered in water with a thick blue atmosphere containing photo-disassociated oxygen. Scapers had thinned out that atmosphere and made it less corrosive, dropped floating land masses onto the world, and developing sea and scattered a multitude of hardy, pelagic organisms into that stellar ocean. The planet's gravity had never been adjusted, which was why the centaurs had attained their present, sure-footed form. They had a dim recollection of where they had come from, which was more than could be said for all post-merchants, according to the statistical forecast of the Universal Actuary. They stood an excellent chance of persisting for at least another 1 or 2 countless years, providing their ambitions remained modest. In the long run, the best strategy for cultural longevity was either to sit tight in a single system or become like the lines, entirely unshackled from planetary life. Expansionism worked for a while, but was ultimately futile. Not that that stopped new emergence from trying, even when they had 6 countless years of sobering history to mull over. We called it turnover, the endless grinding procession of empires. The centaurs are done well not to climb onto that wheel. As you can see, Mr. Nebulae said our offers are not unreasonable. No, your terms are very generous, I said. I was just hoping you'd bid for some of the larger items in the trove. I wish that were possible. Unfortunately, there would be little sense in bidding for data we already possess. Are you absolutely certain we can't find some middle ground? We are inclined to generosity shattering, but there have to be limits. We feel that these terms are fair. It's a shame that your trove does not contain more of value to us, but that does not preclude you from visiting us again. When you have something new to offer, the centaur paused, 3 of his hooves in full contact with the ground, the rear left touching only by its tip. Would you like a moment alone to discuss our offer? if you wouldn't mind. I shall return shortly. Would you like some more wine? We're fine, I said, raising a hand. Mr. Nebulae turned and trotted away along the curving road that lay on this side of the revetments. In the distance stood two other centaurs, dressed in red uniforms and carrying the penanted staffs of some civic guild. Mr. Nebulae joined his compatriots and watched us patiently. We're doomed, I said, not really caring if my words were intercepted. Purslane finished off her wine. Could be worse. He's prepared to offer you something. Not enough to make a difference. Parked in orbit around the Centaur's world was an assortment of second-hand ships, most of which were up for sale. If Nebulae had liked enough of the data in my trove, he could have made me an offer sufficient to buy one of those vehicles with a faster ship. I could have kept my promise to Dr. Mannix and made it back to the reunion. Only slightly later than anticipated. I suppose I could hold out. See if he changes his mind. He'd have to change it a lot. He could double his offer, and it wouldn't buy you a quarter of one of those ships. The best thing we can do now is take Mr. Nebula's money. You can't replace Dalian's, but you can still upgrade some of her systems. It won't make her faster. I'd settle for safer if I were you. If you turn him down, we might as well never have come here. We could have gone straight to the Vigilance and got fish face off our backs. It was as if Dr. Mannix had heard Purslane. For as she spoke, the bathing machine bellowed its engine and began to labor back into the sea, clouds of filthy smoke emerging from slats in its rear. I watched as the door swung up and water sluiced in. I half considered raising the binoculars again, but my curiosity had dissipated. The barnacled form crested the waves momentarily and vanished back into the bathing machine. The door clammed down, and the machine began to crawl back onto dry land. There's another possibility, I said quietly. Purslane looked at me with practiced skepticism. There always is where you're concerned. Before we landed, I had a look at the nearby systems, just in case Mr. Nebulae wasn't as forthcoming as I'd hoped. Less than 100 lines from here and more or less on. Our way home is a place called Nulumbium, according to the Trove. According to the Trove, where have I heard that before? Hear me out, there's supposed to be an entity, a posthuman called a Teshka. He's supposed to have ships a lot more than nebulae, and he's unlikely to charge as steeply. Why didn't we go there first? The Trove entry isn't as up to date as I'd like. So there's an element of uncertainty, an element I've heard that before as well. Also, it would have taken us even further from the Vigilance. If we'd gone straight to Columbium, there have been no possibility of dropping off. Dr. Mannix, if the Trove isn't up to date, what's to say a Teshka's there at all? I ran the actuary. The prognosis looked good. First Lane leaned back in her wickerwork seat. Measuring me with those mismatched gentian eyes. So what you're proposing is you limp to the Vigilance, deliver the doctor, then continue to a Teshka. Actually, no. What I'm proposing is I skip the Vigilance completely. The hard notch of a frown ached into her brow. Leave him here. The choice will be his if he wants. I'll take him all the way back to the reunion world. He won't like it. He doesn't like anything, haven't you noticed? A thin figure was talking across the sand, from the direction of the bathing machine as the walker neared. Climbing the crumbling steps up to the road, it revealed itself to be a paper cut out of a harlequin. Inked in watery chevrons, the two-dimensional figure, which resisted the breeze just as effectively as Mr. Nebulae's hanging sheet, was a humanoid avatar of Dr. Mannix at the same time as the avatar approached. Nebulae left the red-suited centaurs and started trotting back in our direction. He made his presence known first. The Avatar's still a good 100 meters away. Might I assume that you've reached a decision? Honored shattering, he asked. I'm afraid I'm going to have to turn you down. I said I'm not saying your terms aren't generous, but I have to be realistic. I think I can get a better deal for my trove, somewhere else. If you are thinking of a dash car, I'd caution against it. He has a very bad reputation. I scratched sand from my eyes. A Tesca. Who's he? Merely a warning, chatteling. It's up to you whether you heed it. He brushed his hands against the breast of his pinstripe suit. Well, I am sorry we could not close a deal, but it won't stop us parting, his friends. We are very happy that you visited our world. And I trust your stay here has been rewarding, it has Purslane said. You've been excellent hosts, Mr. Nebulae. I'll be sure to put in a good word for you. With the rest of the line, that is very kind of you. He turned around to greet the approaching Avatar, bowing slightly from the point where his human torso joined his horse body. You finished your swim very quickly, Doctor. I trust all was satisfactory. No, the Avatar said in his high-pitched piping voice. The swim was very far from satisfactory, which is why I bought it at the earliest opportunity. There were things in the water, dark, moving things that my sonar could not easily resolve, and the temperature and salinity were not at all. To my tests, the paper face bent in my direction. I was given to understand that you had communicated my needs to the relevant authorities. Champion, I see now that I was in it all. I shifted on my seat. I had told the centaurs what the doctor needed, and I had no doubt that they had done their best to meet his requirements. Nothing was ever good enough for Dr. Mannix, though. No effort ever sufficient. I'm sorry, I said. I must have mixed up the figures. All my fault, I'm afraid. I shall lay the blame where I choose to lay it. The Avatar said, and I was so looking forward to my swim. But what's done is done shortly. I shall take my leave of this very world and continue my odyssey to the Vigilantes. Perhaps they will know the fit way to treat a guest. I'm sure Mr. Nebula did his best. I said, yes, he probably did, the Avatar said, as if our host was not present the moment, the one I had been dreading. Since Mr. Nebulae had delivered his verdict on my trove, was now upon me, I could postpone it no longer. No, at that instant, there was nothing I would rather have done than walk into the sea and swim all the way to that twinkling horizon where, depending on the effectiveness of its setting, the impasse would have dissuaded, rebuffed, stunned, wounded, or simply annihilated me. Dr. Mannix, I said after drawing a deep, invigorating breath. There's something we need to discuss. Chapter 2. It would be a mistake to say that Campion was lazy, laziness being a trait. But Abigail went out of her way to scrub from our personalities. But Campion was certainly a masterful provocator. He did not just put things off until tomorrow. He put them off for tens of kilo years, until his delays and evasions consumed significant chunks of an entire circuit. His motto might have been, why do today what you can still do in a quarter of a countless years? He had got away with it for 31 circuits too, but now this business with Dr. Mannix was going to make up for that glorious streak of good luck. Campion joked about censured and excommunication, as if to immunize himself from those outcomes. But the lion's tolerance of his antics had been wearing paddlelessly thin for several circuits, which is why he had been saddled with Dr. Mannix in the first place. He should have discharged that obligation as urgently as possible instead of dilly-dallying from star to star with the doctor still aboard. It was a short hop from the Centaur system to Columbia, barely 90 years of flight by planetary time, but it was still necessary to enter some form of the Bayan's Campion preferred stasis, I much to his incomprehension preferred to be frozen and thawed as soon as the cryophagus released me. I called up the information from Silver Wing's sensors, and apart from a whisper of residual energies, which might mean only that a ship had passed through the system in recent centuries, there was no evidence at all of human habitation. No Ateska, no ships. Once I had digested Silver Wing's analysis, I whisked over to Dalian's, then upship to the bridge, where Campion and Dr. Menix were already waiting for me. Campion was seated, reclining back in one of the couches, while the Avatar stood close to him. They were both facing the enormous, illuminated wall of the displayer. Although I could not make out their words, the acoustics of the bridge were such that I could tell. They were lost in quiet, slightly strained conversation, a petulant or defensive note rising every now and then. I did not need to be told what they were talking about. Most of the displayer was filled with a plan, view of the Milky Way, based on the trove's knowledge of real conditions. The spirals were traced with wispy filaments of white and yellow, ochred and tan and darling fire brick orange, with the individual stars too countless to separate, discernible only by their groupings into associations, streams and clusters. The only stars once saw as distinct entities, with the very brightest end phase, supergiants burning their way to supernova, or Tauri phase youngsters glaring out of that barred spiral. In hot blues and venomous reds, the main disk, excluding the outer band of the Monoceros ring, was 90,000 lights across settled worlds, spread from the core to the outermost extremities of the spiral arms. But the highest density of human inhabitation was in the thick band of the comfort zone, the region where planets required the least adaptation to make them livable, provided it stayed within the zone. A ship could circumnavigate the galaxy into 100 kilo-years and still have time to stop off at 100 systems en route that was a circuit. The 200 kilo-year interval between Gentian reunions, the last reunion world, had been a planet on the Colwood, extremity of the Norma spiral arm. Since then we had traveled clockwise, looping out to cross the local spur, passing within 1,000 lights of the old place, then diving back through the Sagittarius, Scutum Crux, and Perseus arms, before returning to the other side of the Scutum Crux arm. A wavy red line traced our progress. The Centaur's Pantherlassic had been in Scutum Crux, and the distance we had traveled since then was barely a scratch against the scale of the spiral, not even enough to take us out of the arm. Marked in dash red was the distance we still had to travel to make it to the reunion. It was less than 1,000 lights. In the direction of the Sagittarius arm, in circuit terms we were nearly home. Yet as far as our punctuality was concerned, it may as well have been 10,000 likes or 90,000. We were going to be late, very late, and that was very much not the done thing. "Ah, here comes the lovely Persane," said Dr. Mannix, his voice rising to an out of shrill indignation. "She will lend a sympathetic ear to my complaints, even if you choose not to Campion. Is that not so, Purslane?" "I don't know, Dr. Mannix. What exactly are you complaining about?" "Need I explain?" Avatar said, raising a limp origami arm in the direction of the displayer. "Once again Campion has let me down. Not only did he fail to deliver me to the vigilantes, not only did he attempt to fuck me off on those stinking ill-mannered horse people with their revolting bodily habits, not only did he stand by as I nearly drowned in their horrid, flotsam-infested bay, but now he has the temerity to tell me that I will not even return to the reunion in time to be entrusted to someone else's better care." "I didn't say that," Campion replied, sounding like a man drained of argument. "All I said was that we might be just a tiny bit late, and this reunion of yours They will delay starting it until you have made his presence known. The avatar's tone was needling. Is that what you are telling me? I can't make any guarantees. If Ateska's here, and if he agrees to replace my ship, we might not be very late at all. I walked across the narrow tongue that connected the main part of the bridge to the circular platform where Campion and Dr. Mannix were waiting. So where do you think he is? I don't know, hiding or something. Campion said. Dr. Mannix pounced, oh yes. Hiding, that well-known business model, embraced by profit-conscious traders. The galaxy over, I smiled, at least the view is nice. Atuska's world shone beneath the map of the galaxy was an outrageous confection of a planet, a striped marshmallow giant with a necklace of sugary rings, combed and braided by the resident forces of a dozen glazed and candied moons. We were crossing the ecliptic, so the rings were slowly tilting to a steeper angle, revealing more of their loveliness. There was no doubt that it was one of the most glorious worlds I had ever seen, and I had seen quite a few. But we have not come here to go, but a picturesque planet, even if it was a spectacular exemplar of the form. Did you get anything I missed? Campion asked. I kissed Campion, then took one of the unoccupied couches. There were some hints of technological activity, but nothing you'd bet your life on. Maybe a ship came through with a noisy drive, or perhaps I'm just seeing some leakage from the private network of another line. We don't appear to have a functioning node in this system. I'll make sure we leave one. It might be the kind of thing that will placate Fescue. I'm afraid it'll take rather more than that. I notice it's all right when he's late. I pressed a finger to my brow, feeling a throbbing between my eyes. Don't start on about Fescue again. We all had to wait in advance until he deigned to arrive. How long was it? 7.8 kilo years easily. I didn't see him getting censured. That's because Fescue had been invited by the rebirth. As to witness a kindling, he couldn't leave until it was finished. As you well know, your situation is very different. Go and kick a man when he's down. Perhaps I should entrust myself to Purslane instead. Dr. Mannix said that way. I might at least get back to the reunion before it finishes. You know, that's not such a bad idea. Why don't both of you leave now? And I'll catch up when I'm able. As if I'd ever do that, I said, shooting an apologetic glance at the avatar. Sorry, Dr. Mannix, but I can't abandon Campion here. There will be repercussions, and you're still my guest. Campion said, more's the pity, indeed, and wouldn't it be a tragedy if something happened to you between now and the reunion? Something obscure and undocumented, like a sudden breakdown of tank chemistry. Can't be too careful, you know. That apparatus already looks as if it belongs back in some museum of horrors from the golden hour. It's just begging for something to go wrong with it. The paper figure's face creased in anger. Are you threatening me shuttling? No, just indulging in a little wishful thinking. Things might have taken a turn for the worse. At that point, had Dalians not chosen to interrupt with a report, something was signaling our two ships. A vehicle had emerged from the atmosphere of the giant, near its lusciously banded equator. A vehicle that had been completely hidden until that moment, but which was now keen to announce its existence. And to think you doubted me, Campion said. The other vessel was reassuring, the old-fashioned, solid, reliable example of 11th intercessionary shipbuilding. It was all severe angles and dark lustrous facets, like a mountain-sized lump of coal chiseled into the shape of an arrowhead. It had continued to signal us since its emergence, sending a single repeating transmission in tongue. There have been no need to respond. The message had simply instructed us to decelerate from our trans-ecliptic trajectory and await further instructions. The vessel curved past the ring system without penetrating it, and came to a dead stop in the local reference frame. Defined by dalliance and silver wings of morning, the free ships formed an approximate equilateral triangle, with only 1,000 kilometers between their centers of mass. Championship was an Art Deco rhomboid minor, headless chrome swan, with wings curved and raised as if in courtship. Now what I asked, we wait and see. Ateska, whoever he is, probably hasn't had much company lately. I don't think he's going to be particularly bothered about keeping us waiting a bit longer. I touched a finger against the side of my head. It had felt a chivalry, someone walking over my grave. Sensation Silver Wings has just been scanned with deep penetration senses. Attack him now, Trill. Dr. Mannix, why are you waiting? Attack him immediately. Dalliance is requesting permission to realize an imago, Campion said. Nothing ventured, I said. A hooded figure resolved into existence before us, rendered with just enough translucent, an artificial flicker to affirm that this was a projection, not a physical presence. The voice, slow and deep and sonorous, was modulated to sound as if it had passed through a primitive transmitting apparatus. States your business here. Dalliance and silver wings of morning. The figure spoke a variant of tongue, the only thing approaching a universal language for star travelers. I'm looking for someone called Ateshka, Campion said, using trans, the private language of the commonality of lines, trusting Dalliance to translate his outgoing message into tongue. He could speak tongue as well as I could, but preferred to let the ship do the hard work. I ask again, what is your business here? Why have you made his presence known in this system? I need a new ship, Campion answered. I was led to believe I might find one here. The figure hovering before this water-hooded gown of dark red material, patterned with fine chrome wires in the branching forms of ancient circuitry. His hands were clasped but otherwise hidden under voluminous sleeves of his face. Nothing was visible under that dark sagging hood. A ship, he asked, as if it was the last thing in the world Champion might have been looking for. Why would you want a ship, traveler? Mine's getting a bit worn out. I had the sense of something staring at me. From under the hood, something with superhuman acumen. Do you see many ships here, traveler? They're not exactly leaping out of me, no, in which case it would appear that you have come to the wrong place, would it not? Except my trove says otherwise, Campion said. Now if you hadn't popped out of that Jovian, I might have put it down to faulty data. But your arrival is a coincidence too far. I am speaking to Ateska, aren't I? What would your trove have to say about this Ateska? Very little. His prices are said to be fair, and apparently he has a large assortment of used vessels. But if he sells ships, that's really all I need to know. The sleeves vowed back to reveal thin, white wrists and even thinner white fingers, curiously jointed and tipped with obsidian nails. The hands reached up to throw back the hood. Ateska's face was a ghoulish mask, gauzy wide skin papered over a hollow-cheeked skull. His eyes were set deep into shadowed sockets. His teeth were jagged chips of blood-red glass, pushed into his gums at irregular angles. I might have some ships. Champion looked at me before answering. Can we see them? Follow me, I will show you what is on offer. I do not trust this man, said Dr. Mannix. I insist that we leave immediately. My thoughts flicked back to the warning Mr. Nebuli had given us. It was like touching a raw nerve. Campion, I said, maybe we ought to think. Ateska's ship wheeled around and accelerated back towards the gas giant. Exotic particles twinkled into existence in its wake, as tortured at all. Space-time relaxed back towards its normal tension. Stars and one edge of the ring system blurred, as if seen through mild water. We're going in, Campion said. Chapter 3, At the Last Possible Instant. Batoshka's ship through an impasse around itself. As armored against the atmosphere, as it plunged into the cloud deck, Dalliance's impasso was less effective, and we experienced moderate buffeting. As the aerodynamic forces increased, Purslane grimaced and muttered something about how we should have gone in. Her ship instead, Silver Wings, was standing watch in orbit. Monitoring our descent, Ateska took us 100 kilometers into the clouds, disengaging his parametric engine and using sequence field rippling to swim through the air. That was a trick Daliant had not been capable of for about 10,000 years. I switched from pseudo to real thrust above us. The sky had lightened by degrees to a pastel azure, streaked with horsetails of fine wide suras. A couple of moons were visible as delicate crescents, but the shadowed rings were hidden below us, billowing ochre thunderheads, elbowed their way through a mustard-colored smog, rent here and there, to reveal plunging vistas of cloud and chemistry, reaching down into dizzy, canyon-like depths hundreds of kilometers beneath us. I think Ateshka could be taking us for a ride. Purslane said, "Let's wait and see what he has to show us." Ateska took us deeper. Dalliance protested against the increase in pressure, her impassers straining to support the bubble, but I had subjected her to worst conditions. And I had every confidence that she would hold. Purslane had eased into the chair next to mine, buckled in against the stomach-churning surges, caused by Dalliance's lagging acceleration, damper windows. Through those ochre thunderheads our abrupt passage, triggering a chain of electrical storms behind us. For a few moments we were in the mustard smog, losing all sense of onward motion. Then we cut through into a pocket of clear air, suffused with silvery gloom of the sunlight that made it through the overlying cloud layers. That was when we saw the collection of ships Ateska had for sale. "Please tell me I'm not seeing what I think I'm seeing," Purslane said. "I wish I could. There were more ships around the Centaur's world. I warned you not to trust this man." Dr. Menning said it was clear from the outset that we were dealing with a charlatan, with nothing to offer but second-hand junk. There were 12 ships. They were suspended in the atmosphere, each floating in a neutrally buoyant impasse bubble. The ships varied in dimension, from the same size as Dalliance, 5 or 6 kilometers in length. 2 vessels in the same medium-size classes, Silver Wings of Morning, 20 or 30 kilometers from end to end. One dagger of a ship was a full 50 kilometers long. Its red and white dazzle markings identified it as a Redeemer needlecraft. It looked impressive, but most of that ship would have been taken up with propulsion and field-generating equipment, with only a few cubic meters of living space. Somewhere near its middle, nearly as large and much more impressive, was the densely patterned, golden sphere of a second Imperium moonship. It was hollow with openings at either pole. There was room within a moonship for a city of 1 billion souls, or the treasure of 1,000 worlds. But moonships were enticing targets for less scrupulous travelers, and it suited me not to have to keep looking over my shoulder, very much at the other end of the scale. Ateska's smallest ship was a 20-meter long, fluted cylinder, seemingly hewn from turquoise-veined marble, its sambolines an unornamented hull, establishing it as a Magravine artifact. Such a ship, assuming it was in good order, would have both excellent acceleration and a very high cruising velocity, but the mental modifications I would have to endure just to survive aboard it, let alone operated one of the kind, expressly forbidden by the rules of the line, not left 9 other ships, but most of them could be dismissed at the glance, too slow to ancient, too vulnerable to difficult to obtain the spares. When some non-regenerative component broke down, a rim runner vehicle looked to have some possibilities, faster than Dallian's easily. But then I noticed the telltale fuzziness. at the boundary of her flotation bubble, indicating that her impassers were approaching life, exploration, a 5-kilometer-long skullcraft of the Canopers. Sodality was also briefly tempting, until I remembered how those ships had a well-earned reputation for murdering their occupants. The trimaran of the Perpetual Commonwealth had novelty value, but the field spars linking the free hulls together imposed a very low acceleration ceiling on the ship. Getting anywhere quickly had not been a priority for the citizens of the Perpetual Commonwealth, who had fondly imagined that their empire would endure, unchanging for countless of years, that unfortunately was the extent of Ateska's collection, 12 relics, not one of which came anywhere near what I wanted. Take your time, attached cause, Imago told me. Feel free to examine the offerings at your leisure. If one might be so bold, how much are you hoping to spend? It doesn't matter, Atashka, I'm afraid. I'm just not interested in any of these ships. That is not be so hasty, traveler. That is much we can discuss. I don't even know which civilization sent you, and we're already about to say our farewells. Then he raised his head, cocking it to one side, as if an idea had just occurred to him. If none of these ships take your fancy, might it not still be possible to come to a mutually agreeable arrangement, an upgrade perhaps? I can sell you a replacement engine or field generator, a new suite of weapons or sensors. Strip from one of these clapped-out derelicts. Not at all. I maintain a modest collection of spare parts. Inside the moonship, all lot of impeccable quality. He linked his hands together again, bowing slightly, the white face shaped an inviting grin. Why don't you tell me what you have for sale? And then we'll take a look at the wells. Purslane leaned over to whisper. I'm not sure about this. You came looking for a new ship. Not spare parts. Shouldn't you stick to the plan? Let's see what he has, I said. Maybe we can salvage something from this after all. Traveler, I'm not going to open my trove until we know. There's something worth haggling over, I told the Imago, but I can give you an idea of what's in there. Sensorium epics from the war of the local bubble, none of which are in general circulation. Technical documents, and dependencies from the machine people. 7 logically consistent explanations for the absence. My account of a trip to the Vigilance and the time I spent inside. The digestive system of one of the curators. A map of the Emporium, worlds before the forced migration. Any of that tickle your fancy? Most definitely, Ateska said. Please come inside the moonship. I am sure you will find it most interesting. Are you familiar with the relics of the Second Imperium? Listen, that then you must not let this opportunity slip. Come, let us see what trinkets await you. Ateska's ship touched, and then penetrated the impasse of the moonship. A widening circle of blue, white energy, delineating the interface of the two fields. Once within the impasse, he does his own generator, and moved to a position above the northern pole. The richly patterned skin of the moonship curved down into the pole, suggesting that those patterns flowed onto the inner surface. I did not know. I had never been this close to a moonship. A tester ship would barely fit into the northern hole. They could only have been a few hundred meters of clearance on either side of the 10-kilometer wide aperture. As his vehicle passed inside, I followed him without incident, and came to a halt just to the rear of his faceted black ship. Golden light bathed us from all directions. A vast number of objects of various sizes and forms floated all around us, soaked in that opulent radiance. See anything you like attached? Asked. Over there, to your left. We have the engine of a Forger Cloud Shepherd. To your right, cigarettes, armoring modules seen some use, but still as good as the day they were made. I had begun to answer him to say that I needed time to look around, but that I was optimistic of finding something when his ship vanished. This always looked like a bad idea, Purslane said. Atasco's imago had vanished as well. We were alone on the bridge. I urged dalliance forward. But as soon as my ship tried to move, she reported unacceptable stress levels and went into an emergency drive shutdown. We're trapped. I noticed, Purslane said. I looked at her with an exaggeratedly sweet smile. Any constructive suggestions beyond saying, we wouldn't be in this mess if we'd used your ship. If this is how Gentian Line takes care of its guests, I should hate to be its prisoner, said Dr. Mannix. What we do to prisoners, I said. You don't want to know, hold on. Both of you, I'm taking her to the wall. The engine got louder and then louder still. It screamed at us, even though the engine was in fact silent. Even at maximum output, it was all down to ancient recordings. Piped through to the bridge, Purslane had never quite approved of that. Melodramatic touch, but I think even she was grateful for the indication that the engine was doing its utmost. It was not good enough. The ship began to shake the console, warning me that the engine was about to punch its way right through the Harland, out the other side. I instructed the ship to abandon her efforts. The drive note died back down to a purr, and then to a salon reproach, full silence. After a long silence, I said, Atashka, are you listening? He won't answer, but Lane said, he's already got what he wants, your ship and everything in it. I demand that you shoot our way out, Dr. Mannix said. Purslane turned to him. We're in a moonship held in place by a force field. I suggest you give some thought to the likely consequences of using weapons. In this situation, the Avatar said nothing, but stared at her with peevish resentment, as if she was somehow responsible for the objection she had raised. Mind if I have a word with him? Purslane asked. Be my guest if you think he'll answer. She pulled the console closer. Ateska, this is Purslane, the owner of Silver Wings of Morning. I hope you're listening, because what I'm about to tell you is of great importance. I had my doubts about your little operation from the moment you popped out of the atmosphere. Big enough doubts that the last thing I did before allowing Campion to carry me into this trap was to send an order to my ship. If she doesn't hear from me within a period of time, I've no intention of disclosing. Till the Wings is to head away from this system at emergency acceleration. I looked at her with an expression that said, I sincerely hoped she was telling the truth, knowing Purslane it was quite likely. Shall I tell you about the other order I gave my ship? Ateska, she went on. She is to pulse a detailed message into the private network of Gentian Line. Yes, Campion and I are both chattelings. That didn't even cross your mind, did it? If it had, you wouldn't have pondered which civilization we were from. After a moment, Ateska's figure reappeared. Anyone could make this claim, but I am making it, and I am Gentian. You should have been more alerted, Teshka. You saw two ships and thought, they can't be chatterlings, because chatterlings always travel alone. Most of the time, you'd be right too. But Campion and I are not your normal, run-of-the-mill shuttlings. We consort. That means we travel as a pair, and it means you are in unimaginably deep trouble. You have given me no reason to believe you are Gentian. I'm about to. In the meantime, I want you to think about what it means to make an enemy of us. There may not be 1,000 of us anymore, but there are still 880, not including the two of us. That's 880 enemies you don't want to make. Enemies who not only know the location of your system, but also have access to some of the fiercest weapons ever invented. Threats mean nothing without proof, I know. And that's why the line has taken pains to enable any member to establish his or her authenticity. I know from the data in Campion's trove that a Gentian chatteling visited this system only a few 100,000 years ago. That shadowing her name was Mimulus, revealed herself to you with a password left by a previous member of the line upon her departure. Mimulus left you with another password, a word of her own choosing, which she then registered with the private network. Since no chatteling has visited you in the meantime, that password remains valid. Purslane took a theatrically deep breath. The word is Pasa Juglia. There was a silence. The gowned figure hovered before us, its face frozen in a deeply inscrutable expression. This was just the form he chose to adopt. For the purposes of entrapment, he might have looked similar, or he might have been embodied as a city-sized intellect, floating just above the liquid hydrogen ocean that lay beneath the lowest clouds. You could have learned that password. He said you could have intercepted and interrogated a Gentian shuttling, or broken into their private network, or we could be exactly who we say we are. Purslane said. At last a flicker of doubt crossed the mask. Perhaps there has been a degree of misunderstanding. More than a degree, Ateska. The question is what are you going to do about it? Dallians lurched slightly. As the field relinquished its hold, cautiously I applied power, half expecting to be pinned down again, but we were free to move. I cleared the southern pole of the moonship, emerging back into the vacuum bubble surrounding the vast spacecraft, and then reactivated my own impasser. Before slipping back into the crush of the Jovian's atmosphere, while waiting, Paslin said, "Might we soothe matters with a generous discount? It will take more than a discount. The gift of a ship might begin to cut it. But there aren't any," I started to say. Purslane shushed me. "Then we'll talk about the people, crews and passengers of the other ships." "The people?" Ateska asked vaguely. "Let's get something straight, if I even begin to sense that. You're not telling me the whole truth. I'll send an order to my ship, telling it to alert the line immediately." He shot back a hasty smile. "Just seeking clarification, shattering. Then let's be clear. There were people in those ships. You might have killed them, but I'm guessing you opted to keep them alive. Or at least in a bands it wouldn't have cost you anything, and you'd always have the option of selling them on. Down the line, civilizations will pay a lot for mine. Stuff full of ancient memories. How many are we looking at?" I asked. "I took good care of them," Ateska said. "You can prove that by showing them to us." Purslane told him, "Bring them out, as many as you can. That will take a little while. No one's going anywhere in a hurry. When you're done with the people, we can discuss the other ships. The other ships. That thing I was saying to you just now, about not keeping anything from me. Of course, the other ships. I was going to get to those." I whispered, "What are the ships?" "Wait and see," Purslane hissed back. It took a while, as Purslane must have known it would. But I do not think Teshka could have arranged matters any faster. If he had wanted to, the people were stored in ones, twos, clusters of 3 or more, and much larger aggregations. Each unit, whether it held 1 or 100 individuals, consisted of an armored, independently powered shell equipped with abeyance mechanisms, and a small impasser not large enough to swallow a ship, but sufficient to protect the sleeping capsule floating in the atmosphere after being liberated from the belly of the moonship. The units were a cloud of glassy baubles, each with a differently colored and shaped trinket. At the heart, some of the units were very ancient, while others whatever design and antiquity, completely unfamiliar to me. They reminded me of the marbles in the playroom, in the family estate in the golden hour. "Are there any line members here?" I asked. "Gentian line on a chatteling, and so far as one is aware, no." "And other lines, did you dupe anyone else?" "I believe there may be some members of other lines. Chancellor Tremaine Parison and Zorel amongst them. although one cannot, of course, vouch for their providence. I shivered, realizing what a startling bounty I was about to receive: the liberation of members of other lines. Shatterings who might already have been presumed to be victims of attrition would inflate the prestige of the gentians. By a huge margin have the line members, and anyone you think might be a line member, moved into the hold of my ship. There will be room if the impassers are turned off as soon as they enter Dalliance's own bubble, and the others purslane cut in. What are we dealing with? Nascent lost starfarers from turnover cultures, I presume. A tester's voice quavered on the edge of some peddlers, truth for the most part. Here is what you'll do, I said. Take whichever ship is large enough to hold all the subliminals, pack them inside, with enough support, machinery to keep them in a balance, until they get somewhere, then send that ship away. Programmed to stop in promising systems until they all find somewhere to live. We'll be keeping an eye on that ship, of course, of course. Atesco replied as if this was all perfectly reasonable. Now let's see the other ships, I said. Purslane raised a finger. Wait a second. Who haven't we accounted for, Atesca? If we've cleared out the lines and the turnovers, who does that leave behind? And remember what I said about the consequences of holding anything back. I sense vast hesitation in his voice. There is one. He has been in my care for some considerable while. We're listening. His name is Esperus. He's an emissary of the machine people. I shook my head in astonishment. You trapped and imprisoned a member of the machine people, and you're still alive. It was a simple mistake. Hesperus was posing as a biological traveler so that he might journey unobtrusively. Had I known his true nature, I would never have detained him. Needless to say, once I had announced my intentions, I had no choice but to follow through. I could not let Hesperus return home because you fear the machine people, even more than you fear the lines, Purslane said, and rightly so. You wouldn't want us as enemies, but getting on the wrong side of the machine people, that doesn't bear thinking about. You've been playing with fire, I said. Now, give us Hesperus before you make things any worse for yourself. Chapter 4. While we were waiting for the necessary arrangements to be made, Dr. Manage stole over to my console and bent down to whisper in my ear. His voice was a rustle of ghost-stirred leaves. I cannot impress on you strongly enough the mistake you will be making if you let that thick aboard. You must reason with Campion. Reason with him yourself. He will not listen to me. He knows what I am, a deceiver. I am expected not to approve of the robot. But you are different. If you raise an objection, he will give it due consideration. And if I don't have an objection, you must. The avatar has rustled. Let that thing aboard and no good will come of it. He's not a thing. He's an envoy of the machine people, lost and a long way from home. It may well be a trick of a test cause, just some robot weapon. He's trying to smuggle aboard your ship so he can hijack it and claim it back. Do make your mind up, Doctor. Are you against Hesperus because of your deceiver principles, or because you think he's not really a machine person? At all, I am against it on as many counts as I can think of. The machine people are more civilized than most human societies. Hesperus will just be another guest. A wind-up toilet walks and talks. The avatar's harlequin face creased into an expression of abject disgust. Haunted clockwork. You won't have to associate with him if you don't want to, and if it really bothers you. You can always go into a balance until the voyage is over. The automatic assumption being that I should be the one to go into a bands, and not the robot. Nice to know where I stand in the pecking order. At last relegated by a box full of mindless algorithms. Dr. Minix, I said as forcibly as I could manage. Hesperus is coming aboard. That's final as shatterings of gentian line. We could not possibly refuse to assist him. It will not see me. You would tell it nothing of my origins, nothing of my physical existence, nothing of my beliefs. That I suggest you keep a very low profile. I said if Hesperus catches one of your avatars wandering around, he's likely to ponder who's operating it, isn't he? You would tell it only that I am a scholar. It does not need to know any more than that. And I will not have it anywhere near my tank. Why would he have the slightest interest in your tank? Because the avatar said when it learns who I am, as I am sure it will kill me. I pushed my hand into the open slot of the Mako and closed my fingers around the sculpted handle of the energy pistol the newly minted weapon had. The peculiar heft of something crammed with intricate machinery at abnormal densities. Levitas allowed me to hold it, but it still had the mass of a small boulder. The adepts who made use of these weapons normally don power armor to overcome that residual inertia. But I did not wish to greet my guests looking like another robot. I kept telling myself not to be so nervous, but as soon as I chased one field away, another circled into place. No machine person had ever harmed a human being, so the weapon might have been regarded as both superfluous and insulting. But I was about to release a prisoner who not only possessed superhuman speed and strength, but who might have been rendered half deranged by the time he had spent in Natashka's care. I just hoped that the weapon would leave more than a dent on that golden armor if it came to that. "We're sure about this?" Campion asked. "No," I said. "Not remotely, but I think we've still got to do it." I palmed the control, then stepped back briskly from the upright chassis of his cage. The restraining field loosened its hold on him, gradually so that Hesperus lowered to the ground. In dreamlike slow motion, his feet contacted the decking, and his arms descended to his sides. He remained standing, but for several moments. There was no indication that he was actually alive. Rather than just balancing in that position, then his golden face averted, until that moment lifted to look me in the eyes. Hesperus was a gorgeous machine. He resembled a man in a suit of close-fitting armor, though he was too slender for a man to have fitted inside that skin. His skull was all elegant planes and gleaming curves. The machine person was both coldly robotic and searingly human-like, an exaggerated and stylized caricature of some stunningly handsome men from the fables of antiquity, rendered in gold and chrome. His eyes were densely faceted mechanisms, shifting from opal to turquoise, depending on the precise elevation of his gaze. He had a broad cleft chin. His cheekbones were parallel flanges of chrome, pushing through his skin, as if to serve as cooling elements. He had a nose which appeared to serve no other function than to complement the proportions of his face. His mouth was thick-lipped. The golden lips parted to a narrow slot, with the chromed complexities of his speech-generating systems. Lurking behind his skull was gold, save for two colored glass panels on either side, just above the streamlined representations of his ears. The panels were threaded with a fine webwork of chrome. Behind the facets whirled traceries of pastel light. The rest of him was no less beautiful. There was almost no part of him that was not aesthetically balanced. With the whole, he had a sculpted chest plate, a lean chrome abdomen, thin hips, and long muscular limbs. The only oddity about him, the only thing that did not look quite in balance, was his left arm. It was thicker below the elbow than his right, and his left hand was heavier, as if he wore a metal gauntlet over the gauntlet of his own hand. It was the only part of him that jarred. Everything else was harmonious. Machine people manifest as men and women, sometimes as children, and from time to time as sexless, luminously metallic beings. Hesperus's face and build left me no doubt that he had chosen to manifest as a man. He even had a suggestion of genitals, molded in tasteful gold relief. But there was nothing crass or threatening about his appearance. Hesperus was exquisite, nothing to be admired and coveted. But he was also alive, also powerful and quickened, potentially the most lethal and clever thing that had ever walked. On dalliance, "Who are you?" he asked, his lips moving, even though his face had appeared to be a stiff, golden mask until that moment. His voice was a trilling, liquid susurration of bird song. Orchestrated into human speech sounds, it was the loveliest thing I had ever heard. "I am purslain," a shattering of gentian line, part of the commonality I indicated my companion. "This is Campion," a co-shattering of the same line. "You're aboard his ship now. You are being kept prisoner by an entity calling itself Ateska. I have just negotiated your release." "Do you fear me?" "Shatterings, perhaps," I said. "You have no cause to." I would put that weapon away if I were you. My intelligence is distributed throughout my body, so it would take more than one shot to kill me. You could hurt me eventually, but not before redirected energies had done a considerable amount of damage to your surroundings. He looked around slowly, his neck pivoting with the eerie smoothness of a gun turret, shifting effortlessly to trance. He said, "Would it help matters if I spoke?" The language of the commonality. "I do not think it will pose me any insurmountable difficulties. We gentians like to think that no one else understood trans quite as well as we did, yet with one sentence Hesperus had demolished all my certainties. "He's good," Campion whispered. "He's very good. You speak trans very well," I said, "for a machine. For anyone not born to it, please. No offense was intended." He regarded me with those glinting opal eyes. He tilted his head microscopically, and they flared turquoise light, nor was any taken shuttling. "Would you be so kind as to explain my predicament? You have mentioned someone called Ateshka, and the name means something to me, but I am still at a loss to understand how I came here." "Then you don't remember being caught?" "I remember details, but not the whole. I recall that I was traveling." He turned a palm to his chest, fingers stiffened unfortunately. "Something happened to my ship, a technical fault. I can probably guess the rest. You dug into your vessel's trove and learned of the existence of a dealer in ships. Located in this system, Natashka lured you in and then decided he would make more credits by stealing your ship than by taking your money. Is that what happened to you at Asgard?" Didn't realize he netted a pair of gentians. We explained to him that if he didn't let us go, he could expect retaliation from the rest of the line. "A formidable threat," Hespera said. "How did you persuade him to let me go?" "He had no choice once we were free. He'd have been in even a hotter water if it became known that he was imprisoning a machine person, in which case I owe you my gratitude. I am still sorry that you felt the need to bring a weapon. I was worried that you might be disorientated then. Your concern was understandable. My memory is damaged. Might I inquire as to the present date?" 6033 for 85 Crab Standard Time. You're in the Scutum Crooks Arm. In the Columbium system, I was at Teshka's prisoner for a considerable number of years. The last clear date I recall in the human system began with a 5. I glanced at the cage. He was still standing inside it, albeit free to walk out. "Did Ateshka do something to your memory?" "The others I am experiencing are symptomatic of crude electromagnetic interference. He must have been trying to force amnesia on me so that he could let me go without fear of the consequences." He looked down at his arm, the one that was larger than the other, and then back at me. "I am sorry, Shuttlings. It must be quite unsettling to find me like this. Might I ask what you intend to do with me? Now that I am in your care, Our next stop, once we've left Ateska, will be our reunion system. If it's anything like the last couple of get-togethers, there will be other machine people along as guests. If you wish, we'll take you to them. Otherwise, you can stay aboard our ship as long as you like. I paused. Mindful of the delicate matter I was about to broach. Of course, if you were to consent to visit the reunion, it would not hurt my standing in the line. Something can probably be arranged. Have we already left Ateska behind? There's still a little business we have to conclude. Before we leave, I offered a hand, inviting him to step forward. You don't have to stay in that thing if you don't want to. He formed a smile. There was something stiffly theatrical about it. The mask to perfectly symmetrical, to show human emotions with complete authenticity. But it was still a smile. Thank you, shattering. Call me Purslane. Very well, Purslane. He took a cautious step out of the cage, as if expecting the containment field to snap on again. He stretched his arms, turning to the left and the right as if to admire them. I thought of two things. The hunting cat I had once owned in Palatial, and the replica of Michelangelo's David, which stood in one of the great hallways of the old estate hold. It is good to move again, Purslane. I cannot express how unpleasant it has been to be at Teshka's prisoner if I were inclined to revenge. He trailed off. Are you Esperus? Campion asked. No, he answered. Revenge is for biologicals. We do things differently. Dr. Menninx said nothing when he was introduced to Hesperus, but there was a world of calculating suspicion in his paper face. Ateska and I were just discussing the other ships. I said, weren't we Ateska? But you have seen all my ships. The Imago answered, has put us, moved into the Imago's line of sight and said, I know what you did to my memory, Atashka. You were sensible to wipe what you did. I could have killed you, Pateska said. That will be taken into consideration when I return to my people and explain what I have been in the meantime. In the interests of familiarizing your situation, I suggest that you do everything in your power to comply with the Chatteling's requests. If she wishes to see more ships, show them to her. Atesko said nothing. His ship slammed out of the atmosphere, carving a pillar of vacuum in its wake. Where's he gone? Campion asked. Orbit. I said there were no ships in orbit. Dr. Mannix said we should have seen them. Even if they had the benefit of camouflaging screens, nothing is that invisible. We did see them, I said. We just didn't see them. Champion settled into his couch and tugged his hovering console down until it was within easy reach. He punched commands and took galleons up and down. By the time we had cleared the atmosphere, Silver Wings was racing to meet us. We were above the equatorial plane of the Jovian, looking down on a sunlit face. I do not understand, Dr. Menninx said me. Neither said Campion. Staring at the planet, all I'm saying is the ring system. I finished for him. Show them Ataska, Campion, and the doctor are having one of their slowdowns. Show us what Campion asked. That was when the wave of change began, spreading through the rings. Something awesome was happening down there. The very texture and brightness of the rings was transmuting, beginning in a perfectly straight line, but then swept slowly around, moving with the eerie steadiness of a clock hand. Where the line had passed, the rings were darker and somehow more tenuous in appearance, where before they had cut through the face of the planet like swathes of silver-white ribbon. Now they resembled ribbons of smoke. That's where he hid them. I said most of the particles are still chips of water, ice, but the ships are much bigger. He tuned their impassers so that the bubbles had the same reflectivity as the rest of the particles. Now he's turning them off, so there's not so much light being thrown back at us. I had seen larger constructs. We all had, but beyond a certain scale. Vast was simply vast, whether it was the hovering majesty of the Jade Cathedral on Lutetium, a second Imperial moonship, or the Lighty, along bones of the prior machinery near Sagittarius A. There was room in those rings for a lot of ships. How many, I asked, hardly daring to. 60,000, give or take. Ateska said, I've been collecting for a very long time. Take your pick, I told Campion. If you can't find the ship you're looking for here, you may as well give up. I bet he's got at least one of everything. I'm not sure now, Campion said with an abashed smile. Not sure about what, but I actually want to get rid of Dalians. So what if she's made me late for a few appointments? It's not as if she didn't get me there in the end. In one piece, you have an excellent point. Honored Chatling, said Ateska. Why dispose of something when it has served you well? Of course, once you have specified your requirements, it will still take a little while to complete the refurbishment. The components must be sourced and integrated into your ship. I believe we are looking at months, if not years of work. Do you wish to enter the bay until matters are completed? Nice try, I said. I have a nagging feeling we'd never wake up if we put ourselves asleep. We'll just have to take turns, Campion said. That may not be necessary, said Hesperus in his beautiful trill of a voice. I have no need of obeyance. As you understand it, I am willing to supervise matters. While the two of you sleep, I believe I can hold Ateska to his guarantees. Campion and I looked at each other. I suppose we were both thinking the same thing. We had no evidence that Hesperus was an authentic envoy of the machine people, given Ateska's demonstrated tragedy. Hesperus might very well be a plant, a last-ditch strategy for regaining control of us. You can trust me, he said, as if reading our thoughts now and forever. We can't be certain of this creature's intentions. Dr. Mannix said angrily. I turned on the paper Harlequin. Are you volunteering to stay awake in that case? That is not what I meant. I do not blame any of you for harboring suspicions. Hespera said, I also have suspicions. Do you really intend to return me to my people? Or are you simply lying to gain my compliance? Were you complicit in my imprisonment? We weren't, I said. Hesperus raised a calming hand. The point is, these doubts cannot be settled instantly. It will take time. For now, let me prove my trustworthiness by guarding you. While Ateska honors his obligations, could you take care of my ship as well? And make sure Ateska doesn't cut any corners. Campion asked. His eyes gleamed turquoise. As he turned to face the Imago, corner cutting will not be an option, I assure you. Chapter 5. Purslane and Hesperus were facing each other, seated on opposite sides of a low gaming table. Tiny spectral armies stalked a shadowy landscape. Wreathed in a cloak of mist and gunpowder, the two gamers were commanding their battalions. With subtle hand gestures, like expert puppeteers. Any sign of Dr. Mannix? I asked, having just whisked up ship from the propulsion chamber. Still asleep, or whatever he gets up to in that tank of his. Purslane said, that's a shame, isn't it? Hesperus made a series of complex gestures, breaking his battalion into countless little divisions. The slain pouted as they overran her forces. Swarming amongst her men like rampaging insects. A little flag waved from a smoke-girdled summit. I thought of Count Mordax's ghost soldiers, storming the kingdom on their pale, bony horses. Looks like he's beating you again. I said. He always does, Purslane said, leaning away from the table. I asked him to play down to my level, but he won't. I would rather defeat you than insult you, Hespera said. Besides, the game is good practice for my memory. I have improved my short-term faculties since we last spoke, Campion. That's good. Purslane rose and stroked a finger against the side of my cheek. That's enough fun and games for me anyway. You and I have work to do. The strands I said with as little enthusiasm as I could master. "We can't put it off much longer. I really ought to wish back to Silver Wings and start work on my side of the story. Putting it off for as long as possible was exactly what I had hoped to do. We were 2 days out from Mateshka, 202 days after he had bowed to our requests. Thanks to Hesperus, the work had been completed more than satisfactorily. Dalliance was humming along, at a whisker below the speed of light. I shall not detain you from whatever business you must attend to. As per is said, but might I ask a question? Campion, go ahead. It concerns your guest. I've got a lot of guests thanks to a dasher. I am referring to Dr. Many. I thought you might be. Is there a problem with him? I do not think Dr. Mannix cares for my presence on this ship. Is that a fair assessment of his feelings? I tried to shrug off his question. I can't say what's going on in his head if I did not know better. I would say that he is a disavowor. That is one of the things I do remember. The disavowors do not believe that machines have any right to be considered sentient. In their most extreme manifestation, they would seek to eradicate machine intelligence from the galaxy. I don't think Dr. Mannix is quite that far down the road. Give him time. Persuading moment, but he is a disavowor. Hesperus asked. I don't think he's really serious about it. I evaded. The Lions don't have much truck with disavowors. Romwell wouldn't have brought the doctor to our reunion if he suspected Mannix was a paid-up machine hater. Given the manner in which he has been delayed, one suspects that Dr. Mannix has decided the Gentian policy is no concern of his. Might he now be allowing his mask to slip? The doctor had some misgivings about letting you aboard. They weren't specifically to do with you being a machine person, rather that you were an unknown quantity. I see, Hespera said, as if my answer had told him a great deal. More than I had intended. Really, it's not that big a deal. You don't have to see each other if you don't want to. It's not as if he poses you any kind of threat. That is not my fear. I merely wish to establish cordial relations. With your guest, in the hope that talking to him might shed light on some corner of my memory, as yet unilluminated. Purslane told me that the doctor is a scholar, on his way to an engagement. That struck a chord with me. As if our trajectories might be similar, the doctor was on his way to the Vigilance, I said. The Vigilance, as Paris echoed, as if testing the sound of the word. I know of this, although I cannot say why. What became of his engagement? Nothing. It wasn't possible to deliver him to them without throwing me off schedule. For the reunion, I forced a half smile. Look on the bright side, though. If I hadn't let down Many, I'd never have met you, and I would still be a prisoner of Odeshka. Precisely. Then Dr. Mannix says misfortune is my great good luck. I suppose I should like to know more of this Vigilance. Campion, now that the word has been spoken, it feels like a key to unlocking more of my buried memories. I am even more anxious to discuss my predicament. With the doctor, I can tell you all about the Vigilance. I said I was there. Would you like to see my trove? That would be very kind indeed, Hesperus said. Seen from outside, as I break down from interstellar speed, the Vigilance was a hole punched in the pale shimmer of the Milky Way, where it transected the Norma and Cygnus arms. In infrared, it was the hottest thing for 1,000 lights blazing out like a beacon. Visible light, photons from the start of the heart of the Vigilance, had been downgraded to heat, seeping out in all directions, somewhere in between. They had given up much of their energy to the Vigilance's ceaseless information gathering and archiving activities. The star was the engine in the basement of the library, a machine for turning hydrogen into data, the Vigilance exists around a solar-type star, with about 1 billion years left on the main sequence, or until a wormhole must be sunk into its core for refueling. Once upon a time, that star almost certainly had a full arsenal of planets, moons, asteroids, and comets, but none now remain. Every useful atom in the system has been reorganized into the component bodies of a Dyson swarm, numbering about 10 billion in total. The priors knew how to smash worlds and reforge the remains into the unbroken shell of a true Dyson sphere. Humans can do the smashing part, but all efforts to construct a shell of the necessary rigidity have failed. The best we can do is doing globe, a star in a swarm of bodies, moving on independent orbits, like flies buzzing around a lantern. At 50 hours from the out-of-boundary, I transmitted an approach request and identified myself as Gentian. There was no response. I slowed down to system speed and made a further series of approach requests. I was doing everything by the book, following the wise counsel of the Trove. The distance narrowed to a handful of hours. I slowed again to the point where it would take me a year of flight to cross the remaining distance, safe for brief catnaps. I stayed awake and alert for the entire time, not even allowing myself a dose of synchromesh. Slowly that black sphere enlarged until it was swallowing half my sky, its horizon so flat it felt as if I had reached the wall. At the end of the universe, at 3 light seconds, the Vigilance deigned to notice me. It was, technically speaking, an attack. The scolding energies that twinkled against dalliance were enough to oblate meters of her home before the impasse rose to full effectiveness. I have not run with the impasse raised, because that would be construed as an approach with hostile intentions as far as the Vigilance was concerned. This was no more than a polite challenge. They were simply testing my seriousness, determining whether or not I was someone it was worth doing business with. It should have been enough that I had survived the challenge, but the Vigilantes saw fit to up its entry criteria several times before I reached the swarm surface. Escalating energies rained against my shields, stressing them to their limit. Those concentrated defense systems could have destroyed me many times over what I judged a real threat. I had been toyed with, teased, no more than that. Presently a door opened. The orbits of thousands of the outer bodies had been adjusted so that a dark tunnel formed in the swarm, harrowing deep into its heart. My nervousness peaked as the door sealed behind me. I was vulnerable to attack from all angles as I fell deeper. The bodies of the swarm blocked any view of open space. Dallians reported that the space around us was crackling with information flow. The main beams were being routed around us, but from time to time, a photon or two would ricochet off a stray grain of dust into Dalliance's sensors. The spheres were artificial worlds, the largest of them tens of kilometers across, and the smallest not much larger than Dalliance. Each was dark and smooth. The surface is uninterrupted, save for the circular apertures of signaling antennas. According to the Trove, the spheres held concentric levels of processing machinery, wrapped around a fist-sized kernel of quark matter. Lavitors toiled to keep each node from crumpling in on itself. Data was organized in the layers according to reliability and access frequency. Data of high provenance, or which seldom needed amending, was concentrated in the safe, stable depths of the core kernels. It was troublesome to read in and out, but immune from accidental change or deletion, and safe against even a local supernova, suspect or volatile. Data was kept in the intermediate and outer shells, from time to time shuffling higher or lower. As it was reclassified, new data was fed in from the outside. Under the painstaking supervision of the Vigilances, curators, very few living souls had ever seen one of those strange, slow creatures. It was presumed that there were at least as many curators as there were Batas in the swarm. But since the curators hardly ever needed to travel, either within the swarm or beyond it, their true number could not be ascertained. I had consulted the trolls, but all they had told me was that there were many theories about the curators, and that few of the accounts could be reconciled with each other. The vigilantes thrived on collecting information, but by the same token it seemed mischievously keen to spread misinformation about itself. I was thinking about that, pondering what chip of dubious value I would add to the mosaic, when Fields snared Dalliance and brought it to a halt. Relative to one of the larger Batas in the swarm, we had fallen about halfway into the shell, the light of the star was beginning to bleed through the floor of swarm. Batas below me, its yellow-white brilliance diminished to a deep, brooding scarlet, a voice more ancient than old growth, civilizations deeper than time, slower than glaciers, boomed across the bridge in trance state, the purpose of your visit shattering. I had rehearsed my answer countless times. I have nothing to offer that is worthy of the vigilance. I'm here only to open my troves for your inspection, worthless though they are, and to pass on the goodwill and the blessings of Gentian line. The estate of flowers, do you wish to access our archives? Yes, I said, for one, never lied to the vigilance, but I do not expect that access to be provided. As I said, I am here on a goodwill basis. Please wait. The voice rumbled, sounding like a distant landslide. Your case is under referral. I waited a week, then a month, then half a year, then 6 and 2 years. All the while Dalliance was pinned in place, going nowhere. I was asleep when the voice boomed again, but I had taken precautions to have myself roused to full consciousness. The instant anything happened, you will be admitted into the node. No further action is required on your part at present. One of the circular apertures in the swarm body revealed itself to be an irising door, wide enough for Dalliance to fit through. The Fields cajoled my ship inside, prodded her down a narrowing shaft, then left her floating at the center of a spherical holding bay, according to Dalliance's inertial measurements. Far from foolproof, we were still some distance from the center of the swarm body. The walls around us were dimpled with smooth, perfectly round craters, the rims of which glowed arterial red. The Fields had released their hold, but with the door closed behind me, there was nothing to do but wait. So I waited 11.5 years. This time it may sound as if to a shattering. Accustomed to crossing the galaxy in circuits lasting hundreds of thousands of years, 11 years is nothing. But our minds are not wired that way. Those 11.5 years consumed lifetimes. But at the end of it all, I was joined by another presence. One of the craters irised open, and the vehicle began to intrude into the holding bay. It was bulbous, with a dome-shaped prow connected to an ovoid hull, and various smaller ovoids branching off the hull. It was about 6 times smaller than Dalliance, 700 or 800 meters from end to end. The technology was more primitive looking than I had been expecting. The brassy brown hull had a corroded look to it in places, mottled and scarred in others, and there were crude mechanical connections running between the ovoid sections, suggested of the docking collars on primitive spacecraft. As it cleared the door, the ship began to tilt, turning its long axis through 90 degrees. It did this with great ponderousness, as if it moved to a different, slower physics than Dalliance. Some change occurred to the domed part of the hull, the opaque plating becoming milky and then translucent, as if smoke was clearing from behind the window. Behind the translucent loomed a complicated structure, some kind of leathery biologically derived machinery, The machinery was a face. Looking out at me through the glass of a helmet, it was not human. But I could tell that it had been human a long time ago. It was as if a face had been carved in a cliff and then subjected to eons of weather, until the features were no more than residual traces. The eyes alone were 10 meters across the face, 10 times as wide. The mouth was a dark and immobile crevice. In the granite texture of the creature's gray, tinged flesh the nose, the ears were no more than worn away. Mounds on the side of a hill, the head swelled at the neck, and vanished into a huge body, concealed by the connecting ring. Around the base of the domed helmet, the eyes blinked. It was less a blink than the playing out of an astronomical event, like the eclipse of a short-period binary. It took minutes for the lids to close, minutes again for them to ooze open. The eyes were looking at me, but there was no focus in them. No hint of animation. The figure drifted closer. From one side of the hull, a string of jointed ovoids became a grasping arm. With fingers at the end, the fingers were as large as trees. They closed around Dalians, and I felt their tips clang against the hull. The ship, sensing my mood, was wise enough not to take retaliate to reaction. It turned out that the curator was only interested in touch. Over the course of several hours, he ran his hand along Dalian's, cupping and stroking her, as if he needed reassurance that she was not a phantasm. Then he slowly pulled back. The voice, which I had not heard for more than 11 years, boomed again. It was as if no time at all had passed for the curator. "There is just the one of you shattering. You have come alone. It's the way we travel except when we have guests. Thank you for letting me come this far." The giant being's face registered no change when I was being spoken to, but I had no doubt that I was being addressed by the curator, whatever functions that mouth served. The creation of language was not one of them. The creature floated what it was, perfectly still, save for the occasional blink of those monstrous, pond-like eyes. It blinked about once an hour. "You have been very patient, shattering. I was told that patience would be necessary, curator." Aware of how easily the vigilance could be angered, I felt as if each word I added was a grenade, about to be thrown back in my face. "Is that the right time of address?" "I asked for you," the curator answered. "Do you have a name other than Genshin Shattling?" "I am Campion," I told it. "Tell me about yourself, Campion." I gave it my potted life story. I was born 6 countless years ago, one of 1,000 male and female clones of Abigail Genshin. My earliest memories are of being a little girl in a huge, frightening estate. It was the 31st century in the golden hour. You have come a long way. You have outlived almost all the sentient beings who have ever existed, including the priors. I've been very, very lucky to have been born into Genshin line. Lucky to have been able to live through so much time without experiencing more than a fraction of it. To live through deep time would be considered unfortunate. I didn't mean that, rather, that I'm carrying a brain not so very different from the ones humans had. When we were still hunter-gatherers, there are some modifications that help me process memories and the strands of my fellow shadowings. But Abigail never touched the deep architecture. Our minds just aren't engineered to experience that much time in the roar. You would go mad. I'd need help. You must ponder how we have coped. It is known that curators are very old, very long-lived. Unlike you, unlike the late rim runners, we do not have the luxury of time dilation to make the centuries fly past. You appear to be managing well enough. You would presume to know. The mere continued existence of the vigilance is evidence that you have overcome the difficulties of extreme longevity. No other stella-based culture has endured as long. There would be no point in the vigilance If it was ephemeral, our watch is a long and lonely one. We always knew it would require great patience, a willingness to take the long view. Are you as old as the vigilantes? That would make me more than 5 countless years old. Chatling, I'm nearly 6. Except you aren't really, you were born that long ago. But I doubt. You have experienced more than a few. Tens of thousands of years of subjective time. You are a bookworm who has tumbled through the pages of history. Is that not so? That's an apt analogy, curator. For me to be as old as the vigilantes, I would need to have endured all those years. That would make me one of the most ancient organisms in the galaxy. For all I know, you may be. I am not the oldest, curator. But I am still growing, all of us are, in the dawn of our kind. We found a pathway to biological immortality. That depends on continued growth. There are other pathways. But this is the one we settled upon. Are there curators larger than you? Absolutely. You will not see them though. They inhabit the largest nodes, with the most important kernels. Most of them are too large to leave now. Their heads would fill this chamber. They are beings of awesome wisdom, but they are also very slow. Nothing can be done about that though. When synaptic signals have to cross distances of hundreds of meters, even the simplest thought may take several minutes to formulate. We find dealing with them taxing. But I'm sure you understand from your perspective. Well, we'll say no more about that, shall we? I was not really surprised to be dealing with a giant. Though it had taken me a moment or two to appreciate the true nature of my host, many of the accounts in the trove spoke of the enormous size of the curators, although the details varied too widely to be of much use. When I left the vigilance, I would add my contribution to that confusing picture. The next visitor might encounter something completely bewilderingly different. Do you always live in that suit? I asked. Not always. We breathe fluid, not air, although you could not be expected to know that. There are spaces where we may discard our suits and still survive, but it would be much too difficult to equip all the nodes with pressure-filled chambers. Eventually we outgrow our suits. Then we must move to one that has recently been discarded by an even older curator. I have been in this suit for more than 100,000 years. And I still have some room for growth. Before me, this suit held many other occupants. It must look old to you, but it is constructed very robustly. Many more will wear it after I have moved on. My ship is considered old by the rest of my line, but it works for me. That's the important thing. Shuttling. Would you like to inspect the contents of my trove? Curator, you won't find anything of interest in there. But as a courtesy, it's the least I can do. Is your trove portable? Clearly I am much too large to fit inside your ship. I can bring the trove outside. That would be satisfactory. Emerge from your ship when you are ready. Take your time, we don't rush things around here. Half suspecting I might need one, I had already instructed the maker to fashion me a suit. It was strange to feel myself encased by the claustrophobic, faintly masochistic contraption. Whisking is a countless times easier. The suit did its best to make me comfortable. I slipped through Dalian's long-forgotten dorsal lock, inspecting the blue's raw weapon's scarred hull. As I pushed away into the vacuum of the nodes, holding chamber, hexagonal repair platelets were already oozing from various points in Dalian's skin, linking together to form the lacy scaffold of a bright new epidermis. The drove was a faceted purple-black cylinder, clutched in my right hand, with a golden deface color around its midsection. Where it normally plugged into the ship, it felt as if I was dragging a small neutron star around with me. The trove was brimming with data, knowledge, and wisdom. Will that suit keep you alive for a long while? Shuttling long enough, I hope. then tell your ship to await your return. It can take care of itself while you are absent. It's already done, and hold still, I will take care of you." The curator's hand moved towards me, the fingers playing wide and then closing slowly, tenderly around my tiny squashable form. The suit creaked as the fingers took hold and began to drag me, and the trove in the direction of the face. I had not noticed it until then, but there was a nozzle-like aperture in the ring, connecting the curator's helmet. To the rest of his body, a door opened in the nozzle, and I was popped inside into a weightless chamber the size of a small cargo hold. The door sealed and briny pink fluid erupted in boiling. At first, before it had squeezed the vacuum out of the room, my suit pondered the ambient chemistry. The liquid was a soup thick with long chain molecules. A second door opened and I drifted out. With the tidal flow of the liquid, I paddled to recover my orientation. I was in the helmet floating in the liquid space. Between the curator's chin and the glass, the curator breathed so slowly that it was like the urban flow of water at the lazy shoreline. I continued my drift until I was level, with the awesome gash of the mouth stretching way to either side of me. The lips curved like sandstone, carved by underground rivers. "Is this distressing for you, shuttling? You must tell me if it is distressing. I'm fine. Not everyone has been as comfortable as you. In this situation, I don't think you meant to hurt me. You could have done that already. I could mean to eat you. Have you considered that possibility? Now that you mention it, I don't mean to eat you. Not in the sense we are both imagining, but it is necessary for me to swallow you. You'll see why in a few moments. Be reassured that no harm shall come to you, and that you stay inside me will be temporary. Then I should take your reassurance." The mouth widened by degrees, until there was room for me to pass between the lips. "Curator," I said as I fell into that bottomless trench, "I hope you don't mind me asking, but what guarantees do you have that I'm not going to do you harm once I'm inside you? Even if you destroyed this entire node, you would barely scratch the sum total of the data in our possession, and nothing valuable would be lost. I might have tried. You have been examined more thoroughly than you probably realize. We have a good understanding of the capabilities of your ship. It has weapons, but it is not warlike. And your suit contains nothing harmful at all. And me, we have looked inside you. We found only meat and bones, and a salting of harmless machines. The trove might be a bomb, of course, but that is a chance we shall take. No, active knowledge acquisition is entirely without risk." I was being carried down the curator's throat by the flow of swallowed fluid. Ahead of me picked out and yielded pinks and mauves. By the suit's lamps, the spongy door of an epiglottis hinged shut, just as I was about to go through it. I was going into the stomach, not the lungs. I rode peristalsis, all the way down the walls of the curators, gullet squeezing and opening, to propel the sack of fluid in which I floated. Eventually the narrowing shaft deposited me in a warm, liquid-filled compartment. I guessed that I was somewhere deep in his torso, probably in the lower abdominal region, but I had no idea in which organ or compartment of an organ I had made his presence known. The curator's internal anatomy might not bear much resemblance to that of a baseline human, even if one allowed for the differences in scale. The peculiarities of the curator's digestive tract became apparent as I took in more of my surroundings. The chamber was more or less hemispherical, with the entry point near the pole of the half-sphere. The walls of the hemisphere were ribbed with stiff, glistening struts radiating out from the door, some kind of bone or cartilage. The ribs flexed and eased on a very slow cycle, as if the curator's balloon-sized lungs were expanding and contracting somewhere above us. behind meters of abdominal wall and pleural cavity. What was unusual about the chamber, what made me think it had no counterpart in my own body, was the floor or wall opposing the domed part. It was a sea of waving, undulating arms like a grove of anemones. The arms were 2 or 3 times longer than me, and they pulsed with hypnotic colors, flickering and strobing as they brushed against each other. Some of the arms were bent back on themselves, the tips vanishing into the luminous mass. I paddled closer and saw dark objects lodged in the gaps between the arms, pressed deep into the fleshy base in which the arms were rooted. The objects were cylinders, cubes, and ovoids, and the arms that were bent over were attached to them, fixed by their sucker-like tips to the shells of the boxes, or plunging into them via holes or gaps in their casings. I was still carrying the trove, without being told what to do. I gave it a shove in the direction of the waving arms, and let it drift. 12 or so arms flex towards it, stretching to their fullest extent, and puckering their tips like animals. Hungry for the teeth, the trove fell within reach, and the arms wrestled with it, squabbling over which of them should have possession. "Welcome to my gut," the curator said. "This is an interface to my nervous system. There are others inside me. But this will suffice for our purposes. Those other objects, they're also troves. Aren't they? Troves, or things very like troves." In most cases they were donated by their owners. I will not expect the same of you. But I am still curious about the contents of your trove. One of the arms fastened itself to the middle of the trove. Contacting the gold interface ring, the arm shivered with color, vibrant pulses racing from the tip to the fleshy root. Are you reading it now? The process has begun shuttling. It will take a while. But these things must be done properly. The data is not going any further than my head. I am a buffer between your trove and the rest of the vigilantes. For now we have long been wary of data contamination. While I was distracted, 3 of the arms had reached out and made contact with my suit. I was being hauled in slightly, as if they did not want me to realize what was happening. I flinched and jerked myself free. "May I ask some questions, curator?" There's never any harm in asking, but there was. I thought there was potential harm in the most innocent. Active data acquisition, as even the curator had acknowledged. There's quite a lot about the vigilantes we don't know. Many of your kind have been here already. Did they not satisfy your curiosity? There are still some pieces missing from the picture, and you think you will make a difference. It's my duty to try, my duty to the line and the commonality. Then, far be it from me to stand in the way of your inquiries. Shuddling, I felt as if I was standing tiptoe on the edge of something treacherous. I had done well so far, if only because I was still breathing. I had been allowed entry into the swarm, into one of the swarm's processing nodes, and I had been given an audience with a curator. Very few envoys had got this far. At least not the ones who ever reported back. We've long understood that. The vigilance gathers information from across the galaxy, from the vast expanse of the Meta civilization. On the face of it, this process looks omnivorous. You don't appear to favor one line of investigation over another. Such an impression would be understandable, but on deeper inspection, we found hints of structured inquiry. Those travelers who have made it in and out of the vigilance, both intact and insane, have found certain datasets prized over others. You value certain forms of information more than others, at least when your transactions are examined. Of a deep time across countless examples, and the nature of this bias, Andromeda, I said specifically the absence. Taking the long view, the vigilance can be seen as having a single, all-consuming purpose, even though that purpose is sometimes obscure. You're organized to gather every known snippet of data concerning the disappearance of the Andromeda Galaxy and anything connected with that event. Many civilizations are fixated on the absence. It would be difficult for a galactic society not to be. I dared to shake my head, though I had no idea if the gesture was visible. Everyone thinks about the absence. That's true, everyone worries about what it means. But even the commonality hasn't gone much further than that. A few observations, a few theories, but that's it. Mostly we've learned just to get on with life. That might seem blinked short-sighted. Kind of denial even. But what else can we do? Whatever's happened to Andromeda, it's bigger than anything in our experience. Even if we understood what had happened, we couldn't begin to do anything to stop it happening. Here it's symptomatic of something so far beyond that conception, it might as well be an act of God. Perhaps that's exactly what it is. God snatches a galaxy out of existence as a warning against human hubris, even if it is the work of God. A hypothesis our data does very little to support. It would be inaccurate to describe the absence in those terms. Andromeda may not be visible anymore, but there is still something there. There are even some stars left over, caught outside the absence when it formed. In truth, it would be better to call it the occlusion. The name stuck, I'm afraid, but I thought on what the curator had said and reminded myself that he was correct. The commonality's own observations concurred. Andromeda had not so much gone, has been blacked out. Just as the vigilances, Dyson swarm blocked out the light of the Milky Way, so Andromeda continued to mask the glow of the rest of the universe, all the way back to the fierce simmer of the cosmic microwave background. But the thing that was sitting where Andromeda used to be was not precisely a galaxy either. It was more like a squat black toad, a fat blob of darkness, with the razor-sharp edge of an event horizon. But it was not a black hole, as the curator had mentioned. There were stars and globular clusters still circling beyond the fringe of the blob, and their orbits were not what one would have expected if they were traveling so close to a black hole. Surface where frame dragging would have played a role. Those outlying bodies moved as if nothing had changed, as if Andromeda was still there. No one had an inkling as to what the black toad really signified, but one thing was clear, ominously so. Andromeda was a galaxy much like our own. Life could have arisen there as it had in the Milky Way. It was even possible that life had still been going on there until the moment of the absence. The fear was that what had happened to Andromeda might happen to us if we were not careful. Some of us think it's a protective measure. I said it's the Andromedans building a wall around themselves to keep us out. They've watched us spread through our own galaxy, and they don't like what they see. A wall is also a prison. Would that not be somewhat self-defeating? It's only a theory. I don't doubt that the vigilance has better ones, but we do many of them. How could a wall have been constructed so quickly? It would have required synchronized activity on a galactic scale beyond anything we can conceive of. How could we possibly be a threat to any civilization capable of that degree of coordination? I don't know. It is the absence that interests you most, chatteling. Is that why you came here? I came here to bring the blessings and goodwill of Gentian line. Anything else is a bonus. When the curator spoke again, there was a warning note in his voice. You haven't answered my question. Sweat dappled my brow. I'm interested in the absence, but only as a key to finding out more about you. Like I said, the commonality prefers not to dwell on the absence. There's no great hunger for new data, new theories amongst the lines. They don't want to think about it too much. It's like worrying about death. When you can't do anything about it, why are we so fascinating? Because you're old, I suppose. In the lines we speak of turnover, we look down on galactic society and see civilizations cresting and falling like waves. We've grown used to the idea of being the only permanent fixture around here. Then we started paying attention to the vigilance and realized that wasn't the case. We've been around a long time. It's not as if you've only just noticed our existence. No, but for circuits. We had you down as an anomalous curiosity. Nothing more. We were wrong, obviously. The vigilance isn't just a stellar culture that has beaten the odds of extinction. Everything about you points to a society that knew it was going to be around forever and ever, and was going to do all in its power to make that happen. I've seen other Dyson swarms, but nothing approaching the single-minded efficiency of this one. You've been ruthless. You haven't left a pebble unchanged. And you, the curators, you're part of it as well. You've been prepared to alter yourselves beyond all recognition, to take massive steps away from the baseline. Humans who used to be, you've seen stranger things than me. I've seen things that ended up strange, like the Rim Runners, but they got that way as a consequence of near random change. Across countless of years, they didn't have a plan. I think you knew exactly how you were going to end up. From the moment you started, you were going to become huge, slow giants, and you were never going to stop growing. And that's interesting to me, because it implies that the purpose of the vigilance was setting stone long before the absence happened. It called everyone else unawares, but unless I'm wrong, you were waiting for it. We were as startled by the absence as anyone. Nothing in our observations had anticipated it. You were looking at Andromeda, though you may not have been expecting the absence. But you had a reason to keep your eyes on that galaxy. It is our nearest neighbor of any size, therefore bound to merit attention. There are other galaxies in the local group, some of which could be considered potentially viable for life. You showed some interest in those. But Andromeda has always been your main focus. That is indeed a puzzle shattering. We think that you found evidence of prior activity. Stellar engineering, Dyson entanglements, that kind of thing. They weren't sending us intentional signals, but they were still giving away their existence. We would have been spacefaring for 2.5 countless years before they even knew we existed. So it's entirely possible that they used to think they had the local group to themselves. They'd have made his presence known too late on the scene to witness the activities of the Milky Way priors, or else they were assumed safely extinct. Either way, our emergence must have been a cause for concern. The commonality thinks that the vigilance was instigated to monitor Andromeda, to keep tabs on the Andromeda priors and determine whether they were a threat or a blessing. If it took countless of years to make that decision, so be it. You can't gauge the success of a galaxy-wide civilization on a timescale much less than that. It could be that you were tasked to gather data over 5 or 6 countless years and then decide a course of action, up to and including a preemptive strike, an opening salvo in an intergalactic macro war. I smiled more to calm myself than reassure the curator. Am I hot or cold, curator? You have a theory that fits the evidence. Well, almost. But if all you were supposed to do was monitor the Andromeda priors, why the secrecy? We are being very open with each other now. I know, but there's no reason to think you won't tinker with my memory before I leave. Thing is, if the priors were the issue, there'd be no need to be coy about it. They'd be a problem. We all needed to know about lines and turnover. Civilizations included. Secrecy might be more important than you realize. The curator said it wouldn't do for a single culture to take unilateral action. Yet that could easily have happened. if knowledge of the Andromeda priors was widespread. We could have stopped them if it came to that, not necessarily if a civilization built a fleet and launched it towards Andromeda. There's no guarantee that the lines would have been able to neutralize it before it made his presence known. And even if the turnover civilization perished, the fleet would still be on its way, protected by time dilation. Nothing would have been able to catch up with it. If it was moving sufficiently close to light, fine, so there's a case for secrecy. But turnover civilizations aren't stupid. Some of them would have made their own observations of Andromeda and seen the same evidence of prior manipulation. The science might have been subtle enough that it took the observational resources of the vigilance to recognize them. In any case turnover, civilizations tend to be more interested in their immediate neighbors in the galactic disk than with what might be happening 2.5 countless lights away. The curator had not denied an official interest in Andromeda. It might not mean anything, but it was at least a crumb of intelligence to take with me back to the line. It would add little to what was already known, but it would at least bolster the existing lines of argument, adding credibility to the commonality's pet theory. "Thank you for discussing these matters," I said, sensing that I had pushed about as far as was wise. "It's our pleasure. We have always had great respect for the lines and value of their confidentiality. I will report every detail of my experiences here. I would expect nothing less." Above me the ceiling heaved tremendously, like the sail of a ship catching the wind. It was as if the curator had given a titanic sigh. "But now to business, so to speak. I have completed the preliminary examination of the contents of your trove. I hope you didn't find the contents too disappointing. You understate the value of your trove. There is data in it of at least partial interest to us. I'm pleased not to have wasted your time. Feel free to copy anything that is of the slightest use to you. And your fee for this service, there is none. I was given license to gift you with any data you desire, as a token of the gratitude and friendship of Gentian, lying in the hope of continued good relations." That hardly seems fair, shattering. It hardly seems fair to make you pay for data we know to be stale. All data is stale. The photons reaching your eyes are stale. They tell you that you are looking at something real, but you have no information that the objects before you still exist. They may have vanished into oblivion the instant those photons took wing. I take your point, but we still won't charge. Then it is up to the vigilantes to make a reciprocal gesture. You have come here as an envoy, but you're doubtless wouldn't turn down the chance to wander our archives. "No," I said as cautiously as I dared, fearful that the offer might be snatched away. If I clawed at it too eagerly, I wouldn't turn it down. I have been in consultation with my fellow curators. Provided your data passes certain rudimentary validation tests, we see no difficulty in granting you a temporary access permit. You would be at liberty to consult and record data. In our top-level archives, you would be able to consult, but not record data in the secondary levels. You would be permitted to commit data to memory, but only using normal mnemonic capture modules, third-level and deep kernel data. Files will not be accessible to you, I would consider. Any offer to be above and beyond our expectations. What you propose is most generous, and I would be flattered to accept. Very good shuttling with your permission. The trove will remain in my gut until it has been subjected to a comprehensive examination. That's acceptable, good. You may leave via my lower digestive tract. The exit is opening now as I watched. The fronds parted near the middle of the floor to reveal a glistening shaft that had been hidden. Until then, you will not have to return to the faceplate. Once you have emerged from my rectum, the curator went on, there's a waste-released spigot in my posterior armor. That's very helpful. I said it might be unwise to jump to conclusions, but on the assumption that your trove passes validation, there should be no obstacles to wishing you with an immediate access permit. If you have no need to return to your ship, you can begin examining the archive immediately. Thank you. I said you mentioned that the permits will be temporary. Can you give me an idea of when it will expire? This is your first visit to us. Shattering our relationship has got off to a good start, but we must take things gradually. Will 200 years be sufficient just to begin with? Chapter 6. I raised my drink to Hesperus. His gold face splintering into disorganized facets. Through the wine glass, he was sitting on the other side of the table, with Dr. Mannix to his right, and my fellow shattering to his left. Do you, Hesperus? I said, to the safe recovery of your memories, to your reunion with the machine people, to the future, and to the good things we may accomplish as allies. To Hesperus, Campion said, emptying half his glass in a single swing. Hesperus raised his own glass and nodded. He took a sip of the wine, enough to make it clear that he had really drunk it, rather than just swirled it around in his mouth, for appearance's sake. Thank you. It is very good to feel that I am amongst friends. You have been most gracious hosts all the same. If there's anything you need, anything we can do to make you more comfortable, there really is nothing, he told Campion. Save for the damage inflicted by a test car, I am in excellent working order. I'm even beginning to recover some sense of my past. It's coming back, I asked. Slowly. The damage is great, but my repair routines are efficient and well evolved. While we're on the subject of damage, Dr. Mannix's avatar said, I can't help noticing that arm of yours. My arm, Doctor. Yes, the left one. The one that's conspicuously larger than the other. Or had that somehow escaped your attention? Hespera shifted awkwardly, glancing at Campion and me in turn. Does it trouble you, Doctor? The Harlequin flexed back in his seat. Why should it trouble me? Because you raised the matter. Only out of profound concern for your well-being. It is most kind of you to show that concern, but I assure you there is no reason for alarm. I have detected no abnormalities in my functioning. We were in Campion's dining room, a few hundred meters aft of Daliance's bridge. Fake windows made it appear as if we were in a kind of gondola, suspended under the gentle curve of her hull. Campion had even turned on the fake stars, creating the illusion that we were flying through a blizzard of suns, with stars slamming by on either side of the dining room, from time to time, accompanied by little whirling horrors of planets. All the same, it is rather odd, Dr. Mannix persisted, but we shall make no more of it. I have no wish to draw attention to your flaws. I am sure they are difficult enough to bear as it is. That is very considerate of you, said our robot guest. After an uncomfortable silence, Campion said, I'm sure. We're all very curious to know what you've remembered. Hesperus, did you get anything from the trove entry on the Vigilance, Doctor? Mannix's avatar leaned in Hesperus's direction, creasing at the waist like a bent playing card. What possible interest would you have in the Vigilance? He's got as much right to be interested in it as you have, I said. I shall bow to the Doctor's superior wisdom. In this matter, Hesper has answered, acknowledging Mannix with a microscopic nod. All that I know of the Vigilantes with any certainty is what I have gleaned from Campionstrove. That has been a most rewarding exercise, but I still cannot shake the sense that I had some prior interest in the matter. Could that have been the nature of your mission as Campion? What mission? I queried, before Dr. Mannix could get a word in edgeways. That may be the case, Hesperus answered with a certain diffidence. I noticed that he was scratching the tip of his thumb against the glass of the wine goblet, the thumb blurring up and down, almost too quickly to see. As if Hesperus was unaware of the gesture, all that I can say for certain is that, beneath the scrambled chaos of my memories, I feel a driving imperative, a sense of some vital task that I must complete, and which is not yet which cessation. But I could be completely mistaken. Perhaps I was simply a tourist, ambling his way from side to side, with no greater goal than to accumulate memories. An experience much like yourselves, in fact. But if you do feel that driving imperative, maybe there's something to it, I said. I cannot deny a sense of restlessness. As if I have delayed long enough. He ceased scratching the glass with his thumb and tilted it gently, swelling the wine inside it, mesmerized for a few moments by the play of light and fluid, as if it was the single, most fascinating thing in the universe. One can only trust that being reunited with my fellows will help quieten my concerns. In the meantime, your hospitality is the finest I could hope for. He raised the glass another toast. I think to the prosperity and longevity of gin. Gin line long may it endure. Champion and I reciprocated without glasses, drinking them together above the table. I looked Stanley at Dr. Mennings until he followed suit. I hope you'll enjoy the 1,000 Nights, I said. I don't know how this reunion will compare with others we've held, but I can, more or less, guarantee that you won't find a better one. Hosted by any other line, we've always thrown the best parties. Will you enter a dance shortly? Desperate as asked. Campion and I have a little groundwork to cover. Before we can sleep, they have stories to fabricate. Dr. Menning said with unconcealed delight. Strands to edit, memories to delete, others to falsify or to play down. The extent to which they have consorted, of course I know the full unsorted truth, rendering the exercise rather pointless. And we know you're a dissevore. I said keep that in mind. Before you start blabbing the rest of our line, you might find the reception turns a bit frosty. When everyone gets wind of what a nasty, bigoted creature you really are. The doctor makes it sound worse than it is, Campion said, smiling fiercely. We're not trying to create false alibis here. We're just moving some facts around. It's probably a pointless exercise, but if we can keep it down to one or two brief encounters, maybe we'll get away with the lines. Equivalent of a large slap on the wrists. Does this not create risks? Absolutely, Campion said. But what choice do we have? When you delete a memory from a strand, from the public record so to speak, what happens to the memory you retain in your head? Must it also be deleted? No, I said, ignoring the awkward look Campion was sending me. We don't delete those memories. Although we certainly could if we wanted. The process is easy enough. As a matter of fact, Campion thinks we would be on safer ground if we did. I am sorry, Hespera said. I did not wish to steer the conversation in an uncomfortable direction. It's all right, I replied, saying, look, Campion and I agree on 99 things out of 100, but the one thing we don't agree on, all right, one of the several things, is what we do with those memories that don't fit the story. I say we keep them, Campion says. Delete them so that we never give Fescue or Bethany or any of the others anything to use against us. And damn it, I see his point. However, I just don't think that an experience is worth anything unless you can remember it afterwards. I gazed down into the bottom of my glass empty. Now to see something marvelous with your own eyes, that's ponderful enough. But when two of you see it, two of you together holding hands, holding each other close, knowing that you'll both have that memory for the rest of your lives, but that each of you will only ever hold an incomplete half of it, and that it won't ever really exist as a whole until you're together, talking or thinking about that moment. That's worth more than 1 + 1. It's worth 4 or 8. Or some number so large we can't even imagine it. I think I'd rather die than lose those memories. I find your convictions admirable. I did not know the value of memory until I lost mine. I think I need to adjust my tank chemistry, said Dr. Mannings. All of a sudden I feel nauseous. I would be more than happy to come down and adjust your tank chemistry. Hespera said. He threatened me. Shriek. The paper cut out. Did you both hear that? He threatened me. Hesperus moved to stand up. I think it would be better if I retired. It is clear that Dr. Mannings cannot see beyond the ghoulish figments of his imagination. It is a shame, since I have found this conversation to be most stimulating. Really, I asked. Very much so, only a little while ago, while we were discussing the origin of my people and the hypothetical nature of my mission. Something popped quite unbidden into my head. I cannot help but feel it is a memory of more than average significance. I hope you will not mind what I have done. Mind what I asked. Hesperus held up his goblet and rotated it slowly, so that the side that had been facing him came into clear view. Engraved into the glass was a tiny, densely detailed design, even across the table. The intricacy of the picture was astonishing. Its lines as bright and thin as laser burns. I thought back to the way he had been scratching the tip of his thumb against the goblet. As I replayed the memory, I thought I could see him rotating the glass very slowly and precisely with the other fingers, using the thumb to scratch out a two-dimensional image in a series of precise vertical raster lines. While he had been doing that, we had appeared to have his full and undivided attention. Would it inconvenience you awfully if I kept the glass? Desperate as asked. Chapter 7. I climbed the iron ladder up to the top of Dr. Mannings says. Immersion tank beneath my feet. The grill decking throbbed with the ceaseless labor of pumps and filtration systems. Under the grill work was bottle green glass, thick enough to afford only murky glimpses of the floating occupant. I moved forward to the front of the tank and knelt down. I unfastened toggles and folded back a section of decking on squealing hinges until it lay flat against another part, revealing an access covered in the top of the tank. Studying myself so as not to topple over the side, I gave the cover a hefty anti-clockwise twist. After several rotations, I was able to swing it open away from me. Under the cover was a circular hole, bored clean through the glass, which was as thick as my hand, and under the glass was dark, bubbling liquid. I adjusted my position until I could put my face into the hole and into the water. It was not actually water, I knew, but rather a blood-warm chemical concoction that not only supported Dr. Mannings against gravity and allowed him to breathe, but also provided him with various nutrient functions absorbed through his skin and those internal membranes with which it came into contact. My poorly focused eyes peered into that nutrient soup and made out something, a large, dark form barnacled in places, tapering at the front, with the suggestive gleam of eyes set into trenches along the side of what I chose to think of as the head. They might not have been eyes at all, but rather some other highly specialized sensory organ. Or maybe even just a functionless growth of some kind. I think I saw a limb or flipper emerging from his flanks. But since I was looking into even deeper darkness, at that point I could not be sure. With my face submerged to the ears, I said, I'm here. What is it you so badly needed to tell me in person? Doctor, it concerns Hesperus. His voice was a gurgling rumble that I could just about understand. What else? I pulled my face out and sneezed, then pushed it back into the broth again. What's he done to annoy you? Now, I found out something about him. It was by accident, but my intentions were good. I wished to discuss something with him, to soothe the troubled waters between us. I can just see you soothing troubled waters, Doctor. Believe what you will. I know only that I wish to establish some common ground. So that we could at least be civil to each other during the rest of the journey. I made my way to the cabin you have given him. Have you ever visited him in his cabin, Campion, now and then? Why have you announced your intention before arriving? Have you told him to expect a visit? I had to sneeze and pinch my nose again. Before I could answer, I kept my eyes shut now, as his fluid was starting to irritate them. Can't say I remember either way. If you were to attempt to surprise him, I don't think you'd succeed. His senses are more acute than we give him credit for. I'm sure he knows when you're on your way. By the cues you give off, the electrical field of your body, the noises you can't help making, the chemical signature of those 40,000 skin cells, flaking off you every second you breathe. Your point being, I don't give off those signals. I mean, my avatar doesn't. It's a machine, but not like him. I don't think he feels it. Even when it's near, he certainly doesn't hear it coming. It was true the avatar was silent as a ghost, except when it spoke. Even then, there was something whispery and spectral about it. So you surprised him. What happened when I came through the door? Which was not locked. He was seated at a table, preoccupied with something. It was strange to see him like that, but I suppose tables are as useful to robots as they are to humans, especially if those robots take pains to make themselves look alike men. The water gurgled suddenly, as if Dr. Mannix had drawn an especially deep breath. I could not see what he was doing, except that he had both arms on the table, and there were pieces of gold metal around them. Curved parts like the plates that make up his armor. I had an uncomfortable feeling, now gone. I announced my arrival as politeness dictated. It was only then that he noticed I was there. Have you ever seen a machine startled to Campion? I advise you to experience it once for yourself. It's a very singular thing to witness. I had to take my head out for several seconds now, wiping green scum from my cheeks. Pushing lank hair back from my eyes. I'd be startled if you crept up on me. I said when I had returned to the fluid, but would you have something you didn't want me to see? Here Hespera did. In the instant he became aware of my presence. His arms moved with astonishing speed. They became a blur of gold. The metal pieces at what on the table vanished as if they had not existed. We both know what happened to them. Of course, do we? They were part of his armor, the casing for the left arm. I believe the arm that is thicker than the other one. As if there is something under it, something he is hiding. He's a robot. What could he possibly want to hide from us? That he's got machines and things under all that armor. Weapons, he is a weapon. Dr. Mannix, if he wanted to do something nasty to us, he could have done it already. He was hiding something, I saw it. You saw what he was hiding. I saw that he was hiding the something. What the thing was, I did not get a good look. I knew he was lying. What? Unwilling to admit the truth to himself, he had seen something. He just did not wish to look foolish by saying it aloud. Look, I said, trying to strike a reasonable note. It wouldn't make any sense for him to be hiding something inside that arm. Would it, if he had something to conceal? He wouldn't draw attention to it by making one arm thicker than the other. He'd have made both arms the same size. That way, we wouldn't have noticed anything odd about him. But you admit it is peculiar. I admit there's a puzzle, nothing more. For all we know, he was damaged and had to swap his old arm for one from a different robot, which is why they don't match. They aren't robots in that sense. Campion, he's a machine. At least as sophisticated as any ship you've ever seen. They can be any shape they wish. If he damaged part of himself, he could easily repair it, so that it matched seamlessly with the rest of him. If he was forced to incorporate external parts, he could adapt those as well. So, perhaps we caught him halfway through a transformation. He got damaged, had to graft a new arm on, and now he's making it fit in better with the rest of him. That's what you caught him doing, tinkering with his arm. Why would that startle him? Because it's private. Neither of us has any idea what goes on in his head. I do nothing at all is what goes on in there. Just the dumb computation, the endless shuffling of symbols. In which case he can't very well have been startled. Kenny, I'm not telling you this for my health. You know he may not be conscious. But he can plot and scheme like a fox. He may just be following a program laid down thousands of years ago. But if that program instructs him to do something devious, something against your best interests, are you just going to pretend it can't happen? What are you suggesting I do? Confront him before it's too late. Find out what he really has under that armor. You make it sound as if you're expecting to find a bomb. I didn't see a bomb. So what did you see, Doctor? Skin. He said human skin. As I live and breathe, that just isn't possible. I know what I saw, Campion. Your guest is not what he claims to be. The only remaining question is, what are you going to do about it? Chapter 8. Campion whisked over to seal the wings of morning and told me what he had just learned from the aquatic. I had my doubts about the doctor's reliability as a witness, but I knew that we would have no choice but to challenge Hesperus. My heart was rising in my throat as we wished back to Dalliance, thinking of the confrontation ahead of us. As it happened, Hesperus spared us the worst of it. He was waiting when we emerged from the whisking chamber. As if we had always had disappointment. Were you on your way over to see me? I asked, trying to sound as natural as possible. I would have crossed over if you had not come. He stood at the door, his arms hanging at his sides. I hope you would not have minded. Of course not, I said. There is something I feel I must bring to your attention. Hesper has looked at Campion and me in turn. I should have disclosed it sooner, but I confess, I did not know quite what to make of the matter. I hope you will not be distressed. Distressed, Hesperus? Why? I asked. Campion coughed lightly. Actually, there's something we wanted to discuss with you. Is it my arm? Campion glanced at me, as if I was expected to be taking the lead, even though it was him who had come to me with this information. Tell him, I whispered. We were pondering. Campion began. I presume Dr. Mennings brought it to your attention. Though neither of us spoke or gave any visible reaction, I was aware of Hesperus still nodded, as if we had answered in the affirmative. I feared as much. I could not be certain that he had seen enough to raise suspicions, but I realized now that he must have. I do not blame him for talking to you. In his shoes, I would have had similar fears. He could have spoken to me directly, of course. Dr. Mannings was a bit taken aback. Campion said, "What did you want to tell us?" I asked the same thing. You wish to know what is the matter with my arm, Campion said. Dr. Mennings saw you examining something, but he couldn't tell what it was. It must have been rather distressing for him, as it was for me, as Paris replied. For you, I asked. I was as surprised by my discovery as Dr. Mennings. Even now I do not quite know what to make of it. The metal mask of his face had composed itself into a calm, watchful expression, as if Hesperus had already surrendered to his fate. Would you like to see what lies under the skin of my arm? The plating is only loosely attached. Before waiting to hear what Champion and I might have to say in reply, Hesperus spent his left arm at the elbow and took hold of a section of plating with his right hand. It came loose and cluttered to the floor. He removed another piece and another until only the hand remained covered. Then he took hold of the hand and tugged the jointed gauntlet away, as if he had removed the glove from the elbow to the tips of his fingers. His forearm appeared to be completely human. It was muscular and masculine, covered in dark skin under lustered of sweat. The skin on his palm and on the underside of his fingers was slightly paler. As he rotated the arm for our inspection, flexing the fingers, I could see the hairs on the back of his hand, the cuticles of his fingernails, the veins under the skin. It is as real as it appears, Hesperus said while we said nothing at all. It is human skin over human musculature, slowly and deliberately. He scratched the thumb of his right hand against the wrist of his organic arm, drawing a bead of blood. It bleeds and heals too. That is what I was ascertaining. When I was disturbed by Dr. Mennings, I had scratched it a day earlier and was intent on gauging the degree to which the wound had repaired itself. Campion was the first to say anything. You talk as if you don't know what that thing is. Did I not tell you that I was surprised by my discovery? How could you not know why that arm's the way it is? I already told you that. I know next to nothing about myself. It is a medical. I even remember my name. Do you imagine I was intent on concealing this from you? But you did conceal it, Campion said, only because I wished to understand it. Before I brought it to your attention, from the moment I regained movement, I was troubled by the mismatch between my arms. I tried to peer through the plating, but I am opaque to my own senses. Eventually, I steeled myself to remove some of that plating, so that I might glimpse the mystery for myself. At first I could not believe. It was the first time I had heard him falter. I hope you will not be offended when I say that. I was disgusted at what had been done to me, not because I am repelled by the organic, but because the organic has no place inside me. You, I think, would be rightly repelled. Were you to wake up and scratch your own skin and find the claim of metal beneath it. Yet I convinced myself that there must be a rational explanation for it, one that would satisfy you as well. Hesper has lowered the arm slowly, but there is none. I can offer no explanation for the arm's presence. Could you have been damaged? I asked. Maybe you lost the original arm, and the only replacement available was from a human cadaver. You grafted it on until you could be repaired properly, and then forgot about the accident. We would never have cause to do such a thing, were I to lose my arm. I could repair myself in short order, provided I was given access to the necessary raw materials. Metals, plastic, aspect of machines. If raw materials were not in abundance, I could allocate enough of my existing mass to effect the repair with little impairment to my functioning. I would not need to grab around cadavers, so Itasca did it, not you. Campion said he damaged you and then fixed you up with an organic part, not knowing you could repair yourself. I wish that could be the explanation, but unfortunately I know it cannot. The arm is an integral part of me. Once the casing was removed, I was able to peer deeper into the structure. I established that beneath the flesh and muscle is essentially the same mechanical skeleton you would find inside my other arm. He flexed his fingers again. I could still do great harm if that was my intention. True, the skeleton has been modified to mimic the architecture of human bone and form a support matrix for the organic outgrowth. It has also been augmented with devices whose function I cannot elucidate, but which appear to supply the organic components with the chemicals they need to stay alive. What are you saying? I asked. that the arm was grown deliberately from the inside out. I see no other explanation. Purslane, I have already told you. That I am capable of repairing myself is also true. That it would be within my capabilities to grow this arm. Why would you have done that? I asked. Hesperus looked sad. Now we enter the realm of speculation. I am afraid. If I could give you an honest and unambiguous answer, I would not hesitate to do so. But I can only draw the same conclusions as you. Could someone have forced this transformation on you? Campion asked, coerced you to do it for some reason or another. One struggles to imagine why. One also struggles to imagine any circumstances under which I might be coerced to do anything. You can understand why I'd much preferred it if you had been coerced, because if coercion was not involved, then the transformation can be presumed to have taken place. Voluntarily, yes, that alternative had not escaped me. Hesperus looked, with what appeared to be renewed revulsion at his arm. I should like it if I might be permitted to replace the metal casing. You're as upset by it as the rest of us, I said ponderingly. Dr. Mennings was right to be disturbed. You can hide it if you want, I replied, but I'm not upset by it. It's just another part of you. If it exists for a reason, even if we can't see it yet. Champion shot me a speak for yourself look. Hesperus slipped the glove back over his fingers, then knelt to recover the discarded gold plates. He snapped them into place with astonishing speed, as if anxious to rid himself of the view of that arm. As quickly as possible, the arm soon looked as it had before. But now that I knew what was underneath it, I could only think of that skin and muscle, trying to force their way through the metal. What now? Campion asked quietly. Hesperus and Dr. Manic still need to clear the air between them. I looked around weirdly just in case one of the doctor's papery avatars had crept up on us, while we were preoccupied, seeing that we were alone. I smiled awkwardly. The Campion can speak to him first. Hesperus, then, I suggest that Mennings pays a visit to your cabinet. Gets the story from the horse's mouth. Except there is no story, Hesperus said. Tell him what you've told us, and he'll have no grounds for complaint. You came to us on your own. After all, that counts in your favor. As far as I'm concerned, if my presence is no longer desirable, I would be glad to return to the cage. No, that won't be necessary. Slowly, Campion held up a hand. Wait, let's not rush ahead of ourselves. We may not suspect Hesperus of any conscious wrongdoing, but that arm's still a cause for concern until Hesperus can explain it, until he can rationalize it. I'm not sure. I'm exactly thrilled by the idea of him walking around. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea for him to go back into the cage on a voluntary basis. I have no more intention of hurting you now than I did before I learned about the arm. Hesperus said, I know, I believe you, but what if the arm has other ideas? I shook my head disappointedly. It's a lump of meat, Campion. It can't act independently of Hesperus. Just because you're unnerved by it doesn't mean it's going to creep into your room and strangle you at night. He isn't going back into the cage. If you don't want him on dalliance, he's more than welcome aboard Silver Wings. I didn't mean that. That's what it sounded like. He's our guest, and we agreed to help him piece together the puzzle of his past. The arms, just another clue, that's all. I have no wish to cause a rift between you, Aspera said. Oh, this isn't a rift, I said haughtily. This is barely a tiff, not even on the radar. Campion and I are agreed you'll stay out of the cage. But since we're all going to be entering a band shortly, anyway, the point is pretty much moot. You can switch yourself off for whatever it is you do. Can't you? I can shut down my core functions, although estate-keeping tasks will remain active. He cast a sidelong glance at his now shaved arm. It is a pattern to me now that I must keep the arm alive, which would not be possible while I to go into total shutdown. Starved of oxygen, it would begin to decay. I nodded them, emphatically trying to read my mind. Of the idea of that arm turning into a rotten, gangrenous mass while it was still attached to him. No, the arm has to stay alive. It's the only way we'll ever find out anything about it. Or you, for that matter. I also suspect that the arm is a key to my true identity, or the true nature of my mission. Hespera said, what I cannot grasp is why I make no effort to conceal the transformation by retaining perfect symmetry between my left and right signs. It is almost as if I had no need for subterfuge. The armor that encases the skin could almost be viewed as a barrier to protect it during growth. We get to the bottom of it, I said with more assurance than I really felt. If my years as a shadowing had taught me anything, it was that not all questions had answers. Societies had reduced themselves to radioactive dust because they could not accept that single, unpalatable truth. Shadowlings were supposed to be a bit cleverer than that. Chapter 9. It's not good, I said, after I had run every possibility through. Daliance's course plotter. How not good, Purslane asked, leaning against a floating console, one foot tucked behind the other. 55 years, that's how late we're going to be. Even if you were to push Silver Wings to the limit and leave me to make my own way there, you still wouldn't shave more than a year off that figure. 55 years does not sound so excessive when it has already been 200,000 years since your last reunion, Hespera said, staring up at the huge map of the galaxy, painted on my displayer, marked with the winding red line. That showed our progress to date, the details of this final part of our circuit, our stopover around the Centaur's world, our detour to Ateska, and now the last sprint to the reunion had been enlarged below the main image, since a few hundred light years was barely a scratch against the vast territory we had already crossed. But am I mistaken? No, you're not mistaken, I said. In any other situation, we wouldn't lose a wink of sleep over 50 years, or even 100, but you're not supposed to be this late for a reunion. No one ever shows up precisely at the agreed time, but most of the line members will have made his presence known within a year or two. There will be a handful of stragglers who come in somewhere inside the first 5 years, and 1 or 2 who get there inside 10, but they'll be looked on sternly. Anyone showing up later than that will either have had prior dispensation to be late, or they'd better have a cast iron excuse, which we don't, Purslane said. You could not have been expected to anticipate that. Dashka's treachery, said Hesperus. No, but Ateska didn't end up costing us all that much time. The mistake was placing too much faith in the Centaurs. Purslane was giving me a dark look as she said this. I held up my hands in mock surrender. I admitted, all right. The horses, what a bad idea. The point isn't to pick over my mistakes, but to see how we can make the best of a bad situation. I'll get the Dr. Menning's business out of the way first. Let Vescu and the others have their pound of flesh. Then I'll wheel on Hesperus and show them what a good, industrious gentian I've been. And me, as Lane asked, do I get to share in any of your glory? Only if you're prepared to admit we consorted. Otherwise, it could get a little tricky. They'll work out we consorted when we both show up late. No point even thinking of hiding that. I suppose you've got a point there. For Slane crossed her arms. Yes. I do, so we'll both be taking credit for Hesperus. For my part, Hesperus said, I will speak well of you, and of everything you have done for me. You'll have your work cut out by the time I finished stating my manifold grievances. Said Dr. Mennings, you'll only have 1,000 days of nights. I said so I'd get an early start if I were you. The avatar's expression turned furious. You would do well not to mock me, shuddling. Mocking you was the furthest thing from my mind, Doctor. I clapped my hands cheerily. Now the practical arrangements. Purslane and I will be entering a bands as soon as we finished editing our strands. Which shouldn't require more than a day or so. Dr. Mannings, I presume you'll be putting yourself asleep until we reach the reunion system. What I do in my tank is my own business. All I was going to ask was, is there anything you would like Hesperus to keep his eye on while the rest of us are under? Keep his eye on, the avatar asked with instant suspicion. I will not be entering obeyance, a golden guest informed the avatar. I have already volunteered to assist Campion by monitoring his other sleepers, ensuring that nothing untoward happens to them. I would be happy to extend the same courtesy to you. Dr. Mannings, you will do no such thing. The avatar looked at Campion with a mixture of indignation and real fear. He must not come near my equipment, shuttling. He has designs on it. I have no designs on you or your equipment. Hesperus said if I wished to harm Dr. Mannings, you would already know it. I was only offering a kindness. Champion raised a calming hand. Easy, Hesperus. I know you meant well. But from the doctor's point of view, it would probably be better if you didn't interfere. As you wish. You're being very stupid, Purslane told the avatar. The stupidity lay in entrusting myself to Gentian line. Everyone told me I'd be better off with the Marcellans. Hesperus suddenly looked interested. What exactly was it you wanted with the Vigilance? Many and various things, none of which are of the slightest concern to you. There's no reason not to tell us. I said, you have never asked me before. Why now? I don't know, because Hesperus is curious. Because I never thought to ask you before. I'd had enough of the Vigilance on my last circuit. All I wanted to do was drop you off and get away from those giants as quickly as possible. We shouldn't press Dr. Mannings, Purslane said. He's a scholar and entitled to his privacy. She was using reverse psychology, knowing that out intellectually. Vain guest would not be able to resist the bait. Well, if you insist on knowing, the avatar said, waiting a bit, until it was certain it had an undivided attention. The principal focus of my inquiries is the Andromeda priors in common with the Vigilance. I hold that the absence is the result of organized activity by alien sentients, intentionally or otherwise. They have caused something to happen to the galaxy. As a sentient resident in a similar spiral galaxy, I naturally have at least a passing curiosity concerning the event in question. If the Andromeda priors did something foolish, then it is in our interests not to repeat that mistake. It is my strenuous conviction that the Vigilance has become too engrossed with the acquisition and cataloging of data to take a step back and see what that data actually reveals. A lone scholar dedicated to his task might be able to see patterns, influences, but the Vigilance has failed to detect. That was my hope, that is still my hope, in the unlikely event of my ever reaching my destination. I share your concerns, Hesperus said. Really? The avatar asked, sounding bored. Really, I cannot deny that. I felt a flicker of recognition from the moment the Vigilance was first mentioned. My conviction has only grown stronger since then. Could it be that I was sent to this sector on a quest similar to your own, to gather information on the priors? Purslane asked. Possibly. Or to learn something else known to the Vigilantes. Has put us paused. Might I ask you something? Dr. Mannings, from one lost scholar to another. Ask away, the avatar said idly. Does the phrase estate of sons mean anything to you? Something passed across the paper face as quickly as the shadow of a cloud on a sunny day. And if it did, the figure asked, I would ask what those words mean to you. The words mean nothing if they had some significance. I would have heard of them. What did you hear of the estate of sons? The slain asked. It sounds like a line, like the estate of flowers or the estate of moths. But there's no such line as the estate of sons. The golden face turned to address her. It must have meant something to me once, but now I cannot say. All I am certain of is that the phrase is, in some way related to the vigilance. The to chime against each other, as if they once shared some obvious connection. What did the trove say? I said nothing, which is to say, that phrase has occurred a great many times in a great many societies, but none of the instances appear to be the thing. I am looking for. I think I would know it if it were. There would be a sense of rediscovery. The phrase means nothing, Dr. Menning said, just because you haven't heard of it. Purslane asked. It's immaterial. The vigilantes would never have entertained him anyway. They don't deal with machines. Machines bring the diseases of machines, the infections, and parasites that infiltrate and corrupt archives, intentionally or otherwise. That is why machine people have always been forced to utilize human proxies in their affairs. With the vigilantes, is that not so, Esperus? Exactly so, Dr. Mennings. Then I need hardly point out that your quest would have been futile. They would never have admitted one such as you into their data sanctums. You would have been better off staying in the Monaceros ring, unless this objection was already anticipated. Hespera said, as if a thought was taking shape as he spoke. Could it be, Doctor, the machine people require direct access to the vigilance without the intercession of human proxies? Could it be that my mission was so sensitive that only I could view the archives? You would still have been turned away or dismantled. Perhaps not. Hesperus lifted up his left arm and removed the golden plating, exposing the organic forearm. That had already caused many so much distress. It may be that you have solved the mystery. Doctor, when I left the Monachero Spring, my precise objective could not have been known to me, any more than you knew exactly what you would be doing when you originally left your home world. Later on, it must have become clear that it was necessary to consult the vigilance. That was why I began to disguise myself, to assume the form of a biological human. I must have begun with this one limb as a proving exercise, to ensure that the work could be completed satisfactorily before proceeding with the complete transformation. Convenient supposition, Dr. Menning said, but he did not sound completely sure of himself. Makes a kind of sense to me. I said. Hesperus did the one arm, and then got waylaid by a Tesco before he could change the rest of himself. He wasn't disguising himself to blend in with the rest of humanity, but just to get past the vigilance and through to their archives. Do you reckon it would have worked, Hesperus? I suppose I must have been confident of success, but there's so much of you you'd ever had to conceal. Purslane said you might have been able to look human, but I don't see how you'd have been able to pass any kind of examination. Hesperus put the plating back on his forearm. I can only speculate that I had already given thought to this problem clearly, much of my existing cognitive volume. Would have been given over to biological componentry, muscle and sinew, requiring that I compress or discard certain faculties. For the duration, my skeleton would have been mechanical and dense, with processors, but it could also have been embedded with various devices capable of tricking scanning systems into thinking they were seeing bone and marrow all the same. I would have been intensely vulnerable to both injury and detection. The risk would not have been taken unless it was imperative to access that information. If they'd found you out, Purslane said, there's no way the vigilance would ever have dealt with the machines again, even via human proxies. You would have known that, and yet still considered it worth the risk. It must have been something very, very important, Asperta said, sounding amazed and doubtful at the same time. As if he did not quite believe he could ever have embarked on something so perilous. You're playing into his hands. Dr. Menink said, can't you see? He's latched onto the vigilance. Because it allows him to explain away that arm. There's no other reason. If I did not have an interest in the vigilance, Hesper has answered patiently. What was I doing in that region of the scutum? Crook's arm. He's got a point there, I said. I've heard enough, the Avatar said, turning on its heels with a papery scuff. You are being manipulated. Shattering's manipulated and lied to. The samest thing you could do now is to it back into its cage. Give Hesperus free roam of this ship, and I very much doubt that any of us will ever emerge from. Obeyance I shall certainly not. Count my chances very highly. When the Avatar had stalked away, Hesperta said, I am sorry to be the cause of so much disharmony. Perhaps the doctor is correct. A great many things would be simpler if I were to return to the cage. You're doing no such thing, I said. Absolutely not, Purslane agreed. Menink can rot in his tank for all I care. I'm beginning to wish the centaurs had let a few predators slip through their impasse when he went for that swim 2 days later. Purslane and I made love, then parted. She wished back over to silver wings of morning, flashing across space in a heartbeat. She entered her cryophagus, while I entered my stasis cabinet, set the time compression dial, and administered 2 eye drops of synchromesh. She would dream as the machine called her body. Down to the edge of death, I would skip over the years. In a few instants of subjective thought, my mind was searingly calm. We had forged our threads. Creating to self-consistent narratives, we were going to be 55 years late. But we had survived another circuit, and we had a guest who was going to make everything all right. For us, I thought of Purslane lying against me. Wishing she was still there, making love was a game of echoes. We had shared memory so many times that when I made love to her, I knew exactly how it felt to be Purslane. I could taste and feel her other lovers. And she could taste and feel mine, each experience reaching away. Like a reflection in a hall of mirrors, diminishing into a kind of carnal background radiation. A sea of sensuous experience. I had been a girl once. Then 1,000 men and women and all their lovers. The stasis field locked on. The synchrame took hold. I hurtled into my own future. While my ship hates space and time. Part 2. One day the little boy came again. I went up to the Belvedere and watched his shuttle arrive. This time, I knew that we would spend the whole of the afternoon in Palatial, but no other toys mattered now. The anticipation induced a warm, glittery tingle in my belly. It was nearly a year since I had shown him into that secret world. For the first time and in the intervening visits, it had come to dominate our imaginations like nothing else. By then I knew a little more about the boy and where he came from, like mine. His family had prospered in the conflagration, which was the name the adults gave the brief, sharp war that had encompassed the golden hour. In the 11th year of the new century, it did happen nearly 30 years earlier. But because my childhood had been dragged out across 3 decades by developmental inhibitors, I had some memory of it. I had been much too young to understand the nature of the thing itself, but I recall the time when the adults talked in unusually low and strained voices, and when they could often be found walking in the halls with story cubes, cradling them like the skulls of dead friends, anxious for the latest scintilla of news or rumor. My family specialization was biology, with a particular aptitude for the subtleties of human cloning. Cloning is a technology like making paper. It is not difficult if one knows how to do it, but extraordinarily tricky to invent from scratch. and fraught with pitfalls that may only be circumvented by a Byzantine arsenal of tricks and stratagems, many of which resemble the shamanic rituals of folk medicine. The art was 1,000 years old, but there was still only a handful of practitioners who really understood it, and my family was one of them. Before the conflagration, when the opposed forces were rearming, we made armies of soldiers, squadrons of pilots. Our clones were famed for their loyalty, but also for their tactical intelligence and independent thought. They could function as autonomous units, lying low on the edge of the battle zone, activating as needed, without direct control from the central privilege. After the war, many of the survivors had been granted full citizenship rights. The little boy's family had supplied the armies and squadrons of the other side, but with machines, not organic beings. Sometimes they were controlled by human minds, but as often as not they had been given enough intelligence to function on their own. There were other heavy manufacturing concerns, making battle machines. Just as there were other cloning specialists, but we were the best at what we did, and his family was the best at making engines of war. Though there were tribunals, inquiries, and sanctions, in the years following the conflagration, both families came through them relatively unscathed and remained in business. The wheeled robots that came down the ramp with the little boy were not just his bodyguards, but were made by his own family. Their machines were everywhere now, more prevalent than they ever had been before the war. My family, having allied itself on the other side of the ideological schism between the organic and the mechanical, retained a healthy distrust of machines. As I have mentioned, for all its rambling vastness, there were few in the estate. Most of the robots present were there to assist with the constant enlargement and reshaping of the estate's basic architecture. Almost everything else was done by human servants or clone nannies. I know why it's called the golden hour now, I said to the little boy as we made our way through the estate to the playroom. And the waiting enchantment of palatial. Everyone knows that. I bet you don't, because you said nothing. I took that as license to continue. It's because of light. Nothing can go any faster than it, including any message we send. That's all very well if you're on a planet or a moon. But after we moved into space, we got further and further apart. You couldn't have normal conversations anymore. It took too long for the words to get there and back. That's why you and I can't have a conversation unless we're together in the same estate. Your home's on the other side of the sun. Right now, if I said hello, I'd have to wait hours before you said hello back. Eventually, people realized that they didn't like being so far apart from each other. It made them feel lonely and cut off. They wanted to live in space, because that meant they could do anything they wanted, but not be so spread out that it took hours to talk to each other. So they came up with the golden hour, which is where most of us live. The story cube says it's a torus around the sun like a donut. It's an hour wide as the speed of light goes. There are planets in it and some moons, but also countless of lesser worlds just like this one. If you're in the golden hour, the longest you usually have to wait for a reply will be 2 hours, and often it's a lot less than that. The StoryCube says it took nearly 10 centuries for human civilization to settle into this configuration. I liked long words, especially ones that the StoryCube had taught me. But that now we found it, it'll be good for thousands of years, perhaps even tens of thousands. Don't you feel excited to be part of that? We could be friends forever and ever. I don't think so, the boys said dismissively. Father says it won't last. What won't last? The golden hour, of course. He says it's temporary. He says We'll eventually get bored with it and have another war, or find a way to go faster than light. Either way, it won't matter anymore. I felt I was ahead of him there. We won't leave the story, Cube says. There'd be no point. There's nothing beyond the solar system that we don't already know about, so what would be the sense in going there? We already have planets and moons to live on, and enough lesser worlds for everyone. I strived to sound earnest, even though I was reciting an argument that had been spoon-fed to me, rather than one I had worked out for myself. Interstellar travel would be pointless. Even if we could do it, and we can't. It's been done, the boy pointed out. People have already gone to Epsilon, in the end come back. That was just a stunt, it wasn't sustainable. And the people who did that went mad when they came back home. They couldn't adapt to the changes that had happened. Since they left, then they didn't go fast enough. But we can sooner or later. We'll even go faster than light. Father says it's just a matter of time, with all the research that's going on. I rather doubt that. Read something else in the story, Cube. Have you, Abigail? You can't go faster than light. It's just not possible, because you say so. I answered happily, because the Story Cube says so, and the Story Cube's always right. Like it was right about the black hole under the estate. You did look that up in the end, didn't you? It's nothing to be frightened of. Glug, glug, glug. The problem was, although I was as certain as I could be that I was right, I could offer nothing to bolts to my arguments. I had read in the Story Cube that the speed of light was a universal limit. But in 1,000 years of experimentation, despite any number of false dawns, no one had ever managed to circumvent it. This had made me feel hemmed in and claustrophobic. It was like being told I must never run or skip down the long, dreary corridors of the estate, but must walk instead with my neck straightened, my hands held behind my back. I felt confronted, as if the speed of light was a personal assault on my liberty. Why should I not go as fast as I pleased? Why should I not skip and run? But I could no more explain why the speed limit existed than I could explain why 2 and 2 did not make 5. It was simply the way things were. One of those rules, like the edict not to visit certain parts of the estate, but were not to be questioned. But I sensed this was not an argument that would wash with the boy. I'll tell you why things can't go faster than light, he said, taking an impish delight in knowing more about the subject than I did causality. That's why it was not a word I knew. I filed it away for later inquiry. Then you believe it as well, I said, hoping I would not be pressed. Father doesn't think so, he says. Causality is just a temporary stumbling block. It's the reason faster than light travel is difficult, not the reason it's impossible. One day we'll find a way around it, and then we'll all leave everyone else behind. They can keep their golden hour. It isn't going to be enough for the rest of us. Even though he was not being nice, even though he was teasing me, he was still my only true friend. The only one I really liked playing games with. The cloned companions the estate holds sometimes sent me were too docile too compliant ever to compare with a real boy. When I won against them, I always knew it was because they had capitulated. It was never like that with my friend from the other side of the golden hour. When I beat him, it was because I was better. Typically, he would become friendlier to me, less argumentative the closer we got to the playroom. That was because his mind was shifting onto the matter of palatial. Without my consent, we could not enter it. He would tell me I looked pretty, but he liked the black ribbons in my hair. Palatial lived in a room of its own, inside the larger bounds of the playroom. It had been delivered and installed by Green overall technicians. Now and then, one of them would arrive to check on it again, usually bringing a box full of glistening, maze-like panels which he slid in and out of. Slots in the side of Palacio's casing. By then I knew that I was not the only girl in the world with this gift, but that it was one of a number of prototypes. I had been told that there were still teething problems with the game, which was why, despite it having been given to me a year earlier, Palatial had still not been authorized for mass production. It was nearly as large as the room it filled. On the outside, it was a green cube, covered in moldings depicting castles and palaces, knights and princesses, ponies and dragons and sea serpents. In one side was a doorway leading through the thick, walled cube into its interior, where there was another room. The first time I had gone through that door, I had felt dizzy, and for a hallucinatory moment, my thoughts had chased each other in epicycles of déjà vu. It was not as bad the second time, and by the third time, I felt nothing as I passed through the aperture. Later I learned that the thick walls were dense, with brain-scanning machinery coming through my skull with invisible fingers. The boy experienced it the first time as well. I watched with a sadistic delight as the strangeness hit him, but he was also affected, less and less with each subsequent visit. That was because Palatial kept a map of our minds in its memory and refined its scanning patterns accordingly. The room was empty, but it was also crammed with ponders and miracles. Appearing in the middle of the green-walled space, woven there by direct manipulation of our minds, was a palace. It was perched on the top of an impossibly steep mountain, with a treacherous path winding its way up the mountain sides, crossing gorges on bridges, spiraling through tunnels, leaning out from the cliff on outrageous ledges, before finally entering the palace by means of a glittering drawbridge. The palace climbed almost into the clouds, pale pink and pale blue, like the icing on a birthday cake. Sprouting turrets and towers, spires and keeps, it was the fabulous, vertical counterpart to my own estate, and from the instant I had seen it, I longed to know what was inside. Palatial made that possible. In fact, there was no escaping it. There were figures moving around behind the windows, on the ledges and turrets. Each was exquisitely real-looking, while glowing with aluminum-stained glass intensity, as if they were colored drawings in a book, with the light of day shining through the pages. I had seen animated figures in the story cube, but Palatial made even the best of those appear muddy and flat and dead. The little people in the palace were alive. They moved as if they had lives to be getting on with. On my first visit, I had noticed the princess sitting on her own, on the highest ledge, wearing a dress of blue fabric, peppered with yellow stars, combing her long golden hair. Later, as I found her today, she was working with needle and thread on something in her lap, even though she was no larger than a fingernail, and so far away from me that if she had been a picture in a book, I would not have been able to read her expression. Every detail on her face was clear to me. There was something very sad in her demeanor, some inexpressible longing, and yet I could not understand how anyone could live in a palace like that and not be radiantly happy. Palatial must have sensed this, must have sensed my interest in her, for all of a sudden, I found that I had become the princess. I was sitting on the balcony wearing her dress, working with needle and thread, looking out across a fairy tale landscape. It was not simply that my perceptions had been remapped to correspond to that tiny, seated figure. I was actually inside her head, thinking her thoughts in an instant, like the moment before waking, when we confabulate an entire dream. I had access to all the memories of her life, back to when she was born in one of the highest, brightest rooms of the palace, on an early spring day, when geese were crossing the sky from the north. I understood the history of her kingdom, the society into which she had been born, the difficult path she was about to tread upon ascension to the throne. I understood that her father, the king, had been killed during a battle with the neighboring province. Although I had not noticed it until that moment, I spied on the horizon a dark counterpart to this palace, many leagues distant. Raved in the shifting emanations of abnormal magic, I had become the princess, slipped into her world, but I was still Abigail Gentian. Looking in from outside, I carried her memories, but my own was still present and correct, shifting between the two. Choosing to be the princess or Abigail was a matter of adjusting mental focus. Palatial must have been helping me, because it soon became as easy as blinking. There was a knock on the door, gloved fist on heavy oak. I had been sewing the corner of an embroidered picture, my treasured sewing kit spread open on my lap. I put down the work and looked around. One of the palace guards entered, snapped his spurred heels against the stone. Florence saluted, begging your pardon, my lady, but a communication has made his presence known. The chamberlain said I should bring it to you directly. Very good, Lanius. I said, give it to me. I should read it on the balcony. It is yet daylight. I had felt a compulsion to reply, as if I had been forced on stage in the middle of a drama, and did not wish to let the audience down. Yet it was difficult to tell whether the words that came out of my mouth had been decided by me or shaped by Palatial. I had known the man's name without hesitating. I even had the vague sense that we had shared an adventure in the past, though not one that we care to speak of now. I took the handwritten note, broke the wax seal, and opened it wide. It was from my stepbrother, Count Modax in the Black Castle. My hands trembled as I read the devastating news. A raiding party of Mordaxes had taken my lady-in-waiting prisoner. He was holding her even now in the Dungeon of Screams. In return for her release, he desired that I should reveal the identity of my uncle, the Imperial Wizard Calidris, who, having renounced sorcery, was now living as an ordinary man, a simple failure, in one of the outlying hamlets of the kingdom. He wishes to use Calidris's magic for his own foul ends. I declared the very same magic that, even though wielded by a man of good heart, nearly tore our kingdom in two. I shall not give up my uncle's identity. Or do you think I must, for the sake of my lady-in-waiting? As I spoke, I closed the sewing kit. I had used all but one of the needles in my embroidering. Only the smallest one, the blood-bound one, remained in its pocket. I beg you ladies' indulgence, but the master of the arms has requested permission to ride out tonight into the very heart of the Count's territory. There's a detachment of Prince Elanius's men said to be camped in a clearing of the Forest of Shadows. With the help of those men, there's every chance of conquering the Black Castle. Prince Aranesi's men will want nothing of us. Squabble with Mordax. The prince has troubles of his own. He remembers the good deed we did him in the Battle of the Seven Marshes. If the prince has forgotten, his men will not have. This has the stench of a trap, Linnaeus, or am I the only one who thinks so? It is right to be cautious, but if we are to act, it must be swiftly. The master at the arm said he must reach the Forest of Shadows by sundown, or else his men will fall afoul of the enchantress. At the Serpent Gate, I suppose I must speak to Silas. He is with his men preparing their armor. Shall I summon him, my lady? No, I shall not interrupt his preparations unnecessarily. You will escort me to the armoring room. Lanius have Dobinton summoned. On the way we shall speak more of Count Mordax. No one is better equipped to understand my stepbrother's mind than you, I fear, although I had become the princess, although I felt fully immersed in her life. I still remembered who I really was. It was like being in a lucid dream, but the consolation that I could wake up whenever I wanted to because of this. Although there was excitement and jeopardy, there was no actual anxiety. I knew that it was just a game, and that nothing that happened in the green cube could really hurt me. The little boy had taken an immediate liking to it by the time I revealed Palatial to him. I had become very comfortable in the princess's slippers. I could have slipped into the personality of any of the palace's protagonists, but I felt a loyalty to my flaxen-haired sister. "I'm her," I said, pointing to the figurines. "You can be anyone else, but not the princess. Why would I want to be the princess anyway? I'm just saying, can you change to someone else once you've become one of them?" I nodded. "You just need to concentrate on it hard, willing yourself into the other person's head. But they have to be in the same room if you're in a dungeon. You can't just become one of the guards outside and make them open the door." I had hopped from head to head, testing Palatial's rules until returning to the mind of the princess. And you can't keep changing all the time. You have to stick with each person. Until the game decides you've had enough. What is that other castle in the distance? The Black Castle where Count Modax lives. He's my stepbrother in Palatial. I want to be him. You can't. You can only be someone in the Palace of Clowns. How do you know? You have to see someone to be them. Count Modax is always too far away, despite several attempts to master at the arms. Men had never succeeded in reaching the Black Castle. On that first night, the men camped in the Forest of Shadows had turned out to be soldiers from Count Modax, dressed in the uniforms of Prince Irenaeus' army. They had ambushed our men and slain many of them. Master Adam Surlos had retreated, his attacking force in ruins, though he had made 2 more attempts to storm the castle and liberate my lady-in-waiting. He had twice been repelled, with great losses to men and horses. Meanwhile, the agents of Count Modax was scouting the hamlets and villages for the hidden sorcerer Caladris. Soon Caladris would have to use magic just to conceal himself. There must be a way for me to become Count Modax. The boy said, "He's the daddy," I said, puzzled. "Why would you want to become him? He's the baddie to you." But I bet he doesn't think of himself that way. He kidnapped my lady-in-waiting. He won't let it go until he finds out where Caladris is. He asked me what I had done to free the lady-in-waiting. I told him about Caladris and the futile attempts to take the Black Castle. "Then you need to try something different. If I become Modax, I could set her free." Couldn't I? I tried to tell him how Palatial would twist his mind once he was in it, to make him think and feel like Modax, but it was difficult to explain. In any case, he waved aside my point with feigned indifference. I still wanted to be him. "You can't. He won't come near the Palace of Clowns, and he won't let any of us near the Black Castle. What about a messenger? He'll kill you. I shall ride as a spy and claim to have knowledge of the sorcerer. He won't kill me then, at least not until he's spoken to me. Then I can become him. He might not see you in person. Then I'll become his interrogator and work my way to him, gradually." "I don't know," I said doubtfully. So far Palatial had been mine and no one else is when I played with it. The only other mind shaping the flow of events had been the dim but cunning intellect of the machine itself, working its way through endless schemata. If the little boy entered the game and took on the persona of Count Modax, the landscape of my imagination would have changed. There would be another human mind affecting the outcome. It was one thing to be beaten by a machine, but I was not sure how I would take being beaten by another child. But I did so want him to share my secret world. "We can go into it now," I said, but everything takes a long time in Palatial. There won't be time for you to ride out to the Black Castle before you have to leave. I can still look around, the little boy said. I can still make plans, can't I? Of course, I said. Make all the plans you like. But it won't make a blind bit of difference in the end. Why not? I'm still going to win. Chapter 10. Campion was doing a bad job of masking his fear. It was in the tightness of the muscles around his mouth, in the set of his jaw, leaking through his eyes and pores. What's wrong? I said. Slurred as a drunkard, I was going to discover to you. Not the other way around, but before he had a chance to answer. Silver Wings told me herself, whispering information into my head. Our two ships had run into the Gentian emergency signal, an event sufficiently ominous, that both vehicles had taken the decision to awaken their occupants. We were still traveling at maximum speed, still more than a dozen years from our destination. I came out first, Campion said, the advantage of just being in stasis. I don't like stasis, I said testily, although of course he knew this. He helped me out of the upright box of my cryophagus casket and gathered me in his strong, warm arms. I felt cold and fragile, like a flower that had been dipped in liquid nitrogen, something that might shatter into colorful, brittle pieces at the least provocation. How are you feeling? Campion whispered into my ear, nuzzling his face against mine, as if I want to go back to sleep again, as if I'd really prefer if this was just a bad dream. Silver Wings pulled you out fast because of the emergency. You're going to be a bit groggy. I pulled myself tighter against him. He felt fixed and solid, an anchor I could tie myself to. Hesperus, who was standing behind Campy, and said, You have been apart for some time. If you wish to copulate, I can retire to another part of the ship or simply disable my attentive faculties. For an agreed interval, I did not want to copulate. I just wanted to hold Campy and tightly, and that life seep back into my bones and muscles and nerve fibers. But Silver Wings were still speaking into my skull, the embedded content. I asked, What did it say? Campion pulled back a twitch. What embedded content? You didn't look. It's a distress code, that's all. There isn't meant to be any embedded content. Silver Wings says there is. Maybe Dalians didn't pick up on that. But it's there. That's not protocol. We're supposed to connect to the private network, find out what the storm's all about. Something's obviously changed, more exasperated than cross. I said, I can't believe you missed the content, Campion. What would have happened if I hadn't been around then? I grimaced. Ignore me, it's just brain chemistry. Shall I retire while you examine the message? Hesperus asked tactfully. I shook my head. Whatever this is, we're all in it now, including our guests. You'd better brace yourself for some bad news, whatever this is about. It could mean a delay in reuniting you with your friends. Thank you for thinking of my welfare. When you must have so much else on your minds, with your permission, I would consider it a privilege to be privy to the embedded content. May we examine it here? I think I need a drink first, Campy and said, eyeing me guardedly. I felt the same, torn between wanting to know the news, however bad it might be, and at the same time, wanting to do anything to delay the moment of revelation. We'll take it on the bridge, I said, closing the door of my casket. There's something else you need to know, Campion said to me quietly. While we were on our way to the nearest whisking point, I squeezed his hand and asked what. We're down a passenger. My brain was still mush. One of the sleepers we picked up from Ateska. No, it's Dr. Minnings. We won't be having the pleasure of his company again. What? I asked again, aware of Hesperus only a few paces behind. He died. His casket broke down. Hesperus says he tried to fix it when he saw something was going wrong, but Dr. Menink said put in too many safeguards. Champion had put emphasis on that says, letting me know he only had our guest's word. Concerning what had really happened, my God. Any other time it would be the only thing on my mind. But now that this has happened as well, Campion trailed off. I can't say I'm going to miss the old bigot, but you'd still rather he hadn't died. Yes, that's sort of how I feel. They're going to lap this up, aren't they? Give them half a chance, but if it wasn't really your fault. Some impulse caused me to glance back at Hesperus, though I was doing all in my power not to act awkwardly. He says he didn't do it, Campion said under his breath. For now I've decided to take him at his word. As we whisked through ship to Silver Wings Bridge, my thoughts veered between anxious anticipation of the embedded content and dark speculation as to his Buddha's innocence. I was still prickly, intense when the bridge lit up in welcome. As we entered anticipating our arrival, the ship had arranged 3 seats around the plinth. Glass hemispheres that was the main displayer, although Silver Wings could have swallowed. Champion's little ship 50 times over, what passed for a bridge on my own ship, was about 1/20th the size of his, with configurable walls that were always set to a dull, pewter hello, dimpled ceiling griddled with lights, and only the very minimum, in terms of visible instrumentation and control interfaces. I presume you were serious about that drink, I said, pausing at the bridge's maker, while it fashioned and filled the glasses. Campion's was alcoholic minor, cocktail of mural restoratives, to assist my recovery from the cryophagous. Campion took the glass. Thank you, I indicated to Hesperus, that he should take the sturdiest seat, while Campion and I lowered ourselves into the other 2. No point in delaying this any longer, is there? I asked with a nervous catch in my voice. State the nature of the embedded content, Silver, for everyone's benefit. The ship spoke aloud. The embedded content is a non-interactive audio visual recording with a playback time of 135 seconds. If there are deeper content layers, I cannot detect them. Can we assume it's safe? I have scrutinized the message to the limit of my abilities and found no dangerous patterns. I ran my tongue along the dry edge of my lip. You'd better run it than ready everyone as I'll ever be, Campion said. He chose that moment to reach around for my hand, our fingertips only just touching. The upper half of a man appeared in the hemisphere, rendered life-size. It only took me a moment to recognize him as a fellow. Shattering of gentian line, and to put a name to the face. Fescue, I said softly. What would he want? Campion began before Fescue spoke over his words. If you are in receipt of this message, then I'm assuming that you are latecomers for the reunion. Ordinarily, you would deserve the sternest censure, but these are not ordinary times now. You deserve our blessing, our thanks, and above all, our heartfelt wishes for your own continued survival. You may be all that is left of gentian line, the imaged figure nodded gravely, leaving us in no doubt that we had understood his words. It was definitely Fescue, but not as we usually knew him. The haughty supercilious demeanor was only visible as a ghost of itself. His face was drawn, his hair disheveled, clinging to his father in damp curls, his eyes weary frightened slits. There was even something on his cheek that looked like a burn or bruise, or a smudge of oily dirt. We were ambushed, he continued, prolonging the syllables of the word. With lingering distaste, the 1,000 nights were yet to begin. A dozen or so ships were still to arrive, even though we had already been waiting more than 15 years. Hundreds had already come, of course more than 800 in orbit. Most of us were already on the world, awake in the carnival cities, or waiting in abeyance for the celebrations to commence when the weapons opened fire. We had no practical defense. The world's Impassers were too feeble to counter the assault, and our ships were annihilated before they could. Aggregate into an effective counterforce, they used homunculus weapons against us. Horrors we hardly dare speak of, exhumed from the deepest, most pathological vaults of history. After they had reduced our ship to clouds of ionized gas, even the largest and strongest of them, they turned on the reunion world and pumped energy into it for 100 hours. It was a business of minutes, a mere preamble to boil away the atmosphere and oceans and render that world as sterile as it had been before our arrival. But the attackers didn't stop there. They continued to pour energy into the planet, melting first the crust and then the mantle, turning the entire world into a melting ball that glowed, first orange and then furious gold, until it began to break up, its own gravity insufficient to hold it together. Over 4.5 days, the energy output of those weapons exceeded even that of the sun. The world orbited, and when they were done, nothing remained. That was 8 years ago by my reckoning. Still more time will have passed when you intercept this signal. Concentrate your senses on the target system, and you will soon see not a sun and its family of worlds, but a new nebula rolling. Dark cloud of rubble and dust and tortured gas. Now bound only by the gravity well of the star itself, it will endure for centuries. Thousands of years, significant fractions of a circuit. Planets and moons plow through that cloud, but not the world we hope to make our temporary home. It's gone, and so has most of the line. Fescue paused and stroked a finger against a puffiness under one of his slitted eyes. It occurred to me then, as it had not before, that he might very well be blind. At no point had I sensed his attention focused in any particular direction. Some got out, he said. Those were the fastest ships, the best camouflage or countermeasures. But few were so fortunate. It will come as no surprise to hear that I have initiated the Belladonna Protocol. You must deviate immediately from your present heading, under no circumstances. Attempt to enter or approach the Union system, for even now 8 years after the ambush, the aggressive elements are still loitering, waiting to pick off latecomers. Even once you have obeyed the Belladonna Protocol, you must be watchful for pursuers, complete your turns steadily, and use misdirection as appropriate. If you sense you are being followed, you must sacrifice yourselves, rather than lead the attackers to the Belladonna. Fall back. Again Fescue fell silent, looking to one side as if he had seen, or perhaps heard, something that meditated his attention. When he resumed speaking, it was with a renewed haste. I chose to embed this message because it was too risky to convey this information via the private network. The nature of the ambush implies that our security is not as tight as we had imagined, and any attempt to tap into the network may be detected and acted upon by those who would seek to exterminate our line. Concerning the nature of our attackers and their reasons for doing this, I regret to tell you that I have no information. Rescue shook his head forcefully. Nothing, not even the tiniest flicker of intelligence. But I know this, unless one has arisen in the last circuit. No galactic civilization, not even the Rybathers of the machine people, is known to possess the sophistry and vacuum manipulation necessary to duplicate a homunculus-level technology. Those weapons must, therefore, be the original instruments, despite the fact that Marceline Line was charged with their disposal 4.5 countless years ago. The question therefore begs itself: did Marceline Line betray their promise to the commonality and conceal those weapons when they should have decommissioned them? I cannot believe they would have done so, but then, neither can I believe that Gentian Line has enemies who would wish this upon us. Therefore tread carefully. For if the Marcellines cannot necessarily be trusted, then neither can any other line in the commonality. After 32 seconds and 6 countless years, we may finally have run out of friends. Rescue halted. And for the moment it appeared that he was done. Then he raised his chin, striking a defiant pose, and said, "I wish I knew how many of you were out there. I would like to think that there are still latecomers on their way home, but for all I know, attrition may already have taken every last one of you. I will say this though, in the vain hope that it reaches some remnants of the line, now you and a handful of survivors. Carry the candle that Abigail set, a flame that is a singular responsibility, a greater burden than you have ever been required to shoulder. You must not let the rest of us down." Fescue bowed his head, the image froze, and then flicked back to its starting position. Ready for the speech to be replayed, we watched it again, in case there were some new ones that had escaped us. The first time, when our messenger was done. Campion said, "This can't be real. Someone's faked it. Someone's figured out how to send an emergency signal." Impersonating Fescue. "Why would anyone do that?" I asked. There was a coldness growing inside me, a realization that our future had just become stranger and more frightening than it had appeared only a few minutes ago. But for now, I was still capable of reason thought to get at us, of course. To give us a reason to skip the reunion completely. God knows we've got enough enemies. Enough people would love to see us miss the boat. They wouldn't dare use Fescue's name unless they had his privilege. He sent this message or delegated it to someone he trusted. Rescue hates us. He's got every reason in the world to trick us with something like this and risk excommunication. If he sent this signal via omnidirectional broadcast, then it'll have been intercepted by every chatling who hadn't yet made it to the reunion. Fescue might have an axe to grind against us, but he's not vindictive, and he definitely isn't stupid. I cleared my throat. I've been thinking all this through as well, you know. I'd love to believe this is a hoax aimed solely at us, but that's not how it looks to me. I think this is real. I think something horrible has happened. And we're being warned to get as far away from the reunion as we can. That would also be my conclusion, Aspera said. Did anyone ask you? Campion snapped. My apologies, I should not have spoken. No, I said you should have, because you're right. This is real and we have to take it seriously. Listen to Hesperus Champion. He has every reason to want to make it to that reunion. It's where we've promised him he'll find other machine people, and now that message is saying the party's off. And Hesperus still believes it. Doesn't that tell you something? Champion spread his hands before his face, as if he wished to bury it in them. I can't deal with this. It's got to be some kind of mistake. Something blown out of all proportion, or it's exactly what Fescue said. It was an actual ambush with huge losses. We'll know soon enough in any case. Now that we've a reason to, we can concentrate our sensors on the system ahead. With 2 ships, we can establish an observational baseline wide enough to resolve the nebula. If it's really there, it may be easier than that. Hespera said if the system is now dust-cloaked, the spectral properties of the star will be modified. It will appear redder and contain the absorption lines, characteristic of the elements making up the planet. Silver, I said hesitantly, because I knew I was on the verge of having a harrowing possibility. Confirm, tell me if there's anything unusual about the target star. Compared against the Trove, it did not take long. Silver Wings informed us that the star was indeed redder than expected, and that its atmosphere contained unusually strong spectral signatures of nickel and Diane, proving that the sun was shrouded in the rubble that had once been our reunion world. Furthermore, even at our present distance of 13 lights, there was clear evidence of the nebula, a warm glowing ellipse, like a thumbprint, pressed over the hard point of the star. That was when we knew for sure that we were not being hoaxed, and that everything was going to be different from now on. The first 6 countless years had been all fun and games. Now we were growing up. What if there are survivors? Still hiding out in the cloud, Campion asked. Don't we owe it to them to have a closer look? FSQ said it was already 8 years since the attack when he made the transmission. Add another 13 years for the signal to reach us. That's 21 years, add another 13 before we arrive. That's 30 for years. Tescu survived for 8 years. Or he wouldn't have been able to send that signal. He didn't say he was still there. The message is apparent. Point of origin tells us nothing. It could have been relayed from a ship. On its way to the fall back, read between the lines, he was hurt. If he was anywhere else other than inside the system, he'd have been able to get himself fixed. His ship must have been damaged. And chances are it was still inside the cloud. Rescue must have been hiding there ever since the attack, that means. We have to consider the possibility of other survivors. His voice notched higher. If we were down in that system, crippled but still alive, would be counting on outside help as well. The survival of the line outweighs the survival of individual shadowings. Ask yourself what Fescue would have done, Champion said quietly. What? Put yourself in Fescue's shoes. As if he was the one running into this transmission, not us, as if we sent it. And he was the one who had to decide how to act. Rescue was right to warn us, but he knew damned well we wouldn't listen. I might not care for that arrogant, hypocritical asshole, but do you think he'd have been very likely to listen? I don't even know if I'm proposing the right thing, or something worse than stupid, but I know we can't just dismiss it out of hand. These are our brothers and sisters, our fellow shadowlings. The pieces of us, pieces of what we are, pieces of what make us human. If we abandon them, we may as well forget about the line. We don't have any right to call ourselves Genshin anymore. We went to see the doctor. The tank was as dark as ever, but now there was something bulging against the glass. From within revealed and flattened, pale islands, interrupted by rivers and inlets of random shadow. I looked at it for a few numb moments, trying to work out how that pale, doughy mass could have been introduced into the tank, without Dr. Mennings becoming aware of it. Then I made out the flattened, ruptured oval of something that had once been an eye, and it dawned on me slowly, and then with increasing conviction, that the pale mass was Dr. Mennings, and that he had bloated to at least twice his previous volume until he could expand no more. I scrambled up the ladder to the top of the tank. I folded back the hinged section of walkway and began to twist the circular hatchway. I spun it free and began to lever it back. But I had only opened it a crack when I was assaulted by a noxious, vinegary stench. I slammed the hatch back down. Tell me what happened. I cannot say, Esperus replied, my hands trembling. I lowered myself down the side of the tank, back onto the safety of the floor. I have never really liked Dr. Mennings, and I had liked him less and less as his true prejudices bubbled to the surface. But he had been a fellow starfarer, a being who had traveled far, swam in oceans of memory and experience, and now all that memory and experience were gone. The anger hit me with the cold force of a supernova shockwave. What do you mean you cannot say you are fucking awake? Casparus, you were the only one he had anything to fear from. The only one he thought might want to kill him, and now he's dead. Hesperus stood at the entrance to the chamber, his arms at his sides, his head lowered slightly, like a schoolboy summoned for punishment. I understand your reaction, Purslane, but as I have already explained, To Campion, this was not my doing. Why didn't you try to help him? Campion asked. I did, despite your request that I keep away from him. When I detected signs that Dr. Mennings's tank chemistry was amiss, signs that, I stress, were by no means compellingly obvious, I attempted to adjust the equipment in such a way as to remedy the perceived imbalance. I soon discovered that the equipment was not amenable to outside interference. I was still not ready to let go of my suspicion. But I wanted to hear the rest of his defense, and I discovered that, by merely tampering with the equipment, I had raised Dr. Mannings from his dragon-juiced slumber upon his return to partial consciousness. I attempted to explain the nature of his predicament. Unfortunately, Dr. Mannings refused to believe that my intentions were anything other than improper. He urged me to desist tampering with his tank. At the earliest opportunity. Did you? Of course not, I persisted. Despite Dr. Mennings's far from lucid protestations, yet as I attempted to assist him, the doctor succeeded in activating certain devices built into his tank, the purpose of which was to deter outside interference. These countermeasures, though posing no serious threat to my own existence, nonetheless made it prohibitively difficult for me to access the very mechanisms I sought to examine and adjust. With regret, I was forced to abandon my efforts. I could not save the doctor, but merely witness his inevitable decline. It was at this point that I attempted to raise you from abeyance, without success. And then I made a number of subsequent attempts, both to reason with the doctor and to repair the chemical imbalance. But on all such occasions, I was forced to retreat eventually. There came a day when the doctor appeared insensate, and shortly afterwards I concluded that he was dead, other than monitoring the integrity of the tank, in case it should rupture and spill the contents into your ship. I have had nothing more to do with the personage. Open and shut, in other words, Campion said. I can only speak the truth, Hesperus replied. He was with us when we ran the Belladonna algorithm. We were looking at a portion of the Milky Way, but large on Campion's displayer. The view had already zoomed in on Daliance's position. With only 1,000 lights or so visible in any direction. About the thickness of the disk itself, the red line that marked Daliance's future course was arrowing out towards the extremities of the galaxy. A cone projected ahead of the ship, indicating the algorithm search volume.